Well, good morning, everybody. Are you guys totally ready for a super fun and awesome day? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Are you ready for a super fun and awesome day? Well, that sounds great because you've got so many amazing people here to help support you guys through what's going to be an absolutely outstanding achievement day, because 4-H is truly the best youth program in the face of the planet, and you guys are the reason why it is so. So with that, I would like to ask Paige to come forward and lead us in the 4-H pledge. And if you are standing ringside, we'd ask you to rise and remove your hat, please. Paige, the wireless mic is right ready for you.
I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to clear loyalty, my hands to larger service, my health to better living for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Paige. So a few words of advice just before Kelly gets ready to take her picture is that we want you guys to have a great time. We want you to learn something, we want you to help each other, and we want you guys to always have a positive attitude. And if anybody in this arena doesn't have a positive attitude, you just make sure you check them on it and say, hey, it's Achievement Day. It's all about doing some good things and having some fun and learning along the way and doing the very best we can. So with that, Kelly, would you like everyone to look at this gorgeous blonde right beside me on the announcer stand, and she's going to give you some direction as to how to capture the best 2022 Eagle 4-H Club picture.
All right.
All right, guys, then we would ask all of our sheep exhibitors and 4-H members to get ready because we'll be kicking off the sheep show sharply at 9 o'clock.
I can't help it if I'm happy or sad. Today I cried for no reason. Made me feel like a psychopath. I should hate you cause I love you. should hate yourself for treating me like that. We both know you only love you. Did you know they have a name for that? You say that I'm crazy. You say that you're sorry, won't happen again. You say I'm dramatic, I'm overreacting, and maybe I am. And I know you'll get over me, but can you get over yourself before you go and love somebody else? You should probably get some help. My parents don't like you, why would they want to? After they found me crying on the bathroom floor. I don't even like me anymore. Cause you say that I'm crazy. You say that you're sorry, it won't happen again. You say I'm dramatic, I'm overreacting, and maybe I am. And I know you'll get over me, but can you get over yourself before you go and love somebody else? You should probably get some help. You lose your voice when you yell too much. Don't say you love me until you mess up. Phone calls past 12 o'clock wanting me back. Don't you know that they got a name for that? You say that I'm crazy. You say that you're sorry, won't happen again. You say I'm dramatic, I'm overreacting, and maybe I am. And I know you'll get over me, but can you get over yourself before you go and love somebody else? You should probably get some help.
Hell no, I don't talk about you no more. What would I do that for? Ain't no need messing with my good time. Hell no, I don't sit around by myself.
So we would like to thank our sheep leader, Beth Kuntz and Monica Rosenke, as they have led this amazing group of young kids. And we're going to get started with our first class. Our first class into the ring is going to be our market junior lambs, or market lambs with junior at the halter. So to introduce our officials today, we would like to pass the mic over to Greg Rosenke, a sage old sheep breeder himself from the local area. Greg, if you would like to introduce our official judge today, that would be great.
Good morning, everyone. Our judge for today is Mr. Alan Brakey of Bragg Creek, Alberta. He is a rusty bucket farm out that way and raises North Country Cheviots, and has been very involved over the years in the purebred sheep industry and the Alberta Sheep Breeders Association, and has put tireless hours into making the industry succeed, and he's the man for the job today. Our ring man is Nick Fisher, and Ryan Kraus is marshaling our animals to the ring.
Thank you, Greg. So we're ready to go, folks, with our first class into the ring. This is class number 1, our Market Lamb Junior Projects. We should have 4 entries in this class, and when our marshal is ready, he can send them on in. That is here broadcasting the show. So a big thank you to Jill, as she is going to share all the successes of the Eagle 4-H Club with those that are tuned in from abroad. So thank you, Jill, for being here on behalf of DLMS. So Judge Alan Brakey is evaluating each of these 4 projects and comparing each of these 4 market lambs with respect to their degree of finish, their overall muscle definition, length of body, a little bit on conformation, and just wanting to see who is most market ready in terms of a market lamb. So we thank our judge, Alan Brakey, for adjudicating today and coming all the way from Bragg Creek. Thank you, Mr. Brakey. If you're looking around the ring, I also want to acknowledge that we have royalty here at the Eagle 4-H Achievement Day. Thank you to Miss Rodeo Sundry. Kaylee Shantz is here to do much of the ribbon and award presentation. So Miss Rodeo Sundry will be ringside. And of course, if you have any questions about the sport of rodeo and anything specific to do with the Sundry Rodeo, one of our most favorite, please don't hesitate to contact Kaylee Shantz. She's here all day. And with that, folks, we're going to have comments on our first class of market lambs from Judge Alan Brakey.
So this was an excellent class of market lambs. You guys you've made it very hard on the judge right out of the chute, because all 4 of the lambs, beautifully presented, beautifully prepared, and with very great market lamb characteristics. So congratulations to all of you for doing such a good job. I picked the lamb here on my right as the top one, a somewhat bigger lamb than the other 3. Good muscling in the back end, very long loin. So in terms of market lamb characteristics, tough one to beat. The second one, a bit smaller lamb, not quite as good muscling in the back end, but also a long loin and good characteristics. And the third one here, it was a very tough choice whether, this one would move up or stay in this position. Again, good muscling in the back end and nicely presented and a good loin. And the fellow here on the end here, it's about almost a month and a half younger than the other lamb. So, a bit harder to judge because it's had a little less time to fill out, but also good muscling and good loin. So, all 4 of these lambs, excellent market lambs. So congratulations to all of you.
Thank you, Judge Brakey. So moving off in first place from our junior division of our Class 1 market lambs is entry 49 from Chloe Braithwaite with her Charlet Cross market lamb. Second in class, entry 23, was Emily Wood with her Charlet Cross lamb. Third in class, entry 98, Callie Crease with her Charlet Cross Lamb. And fourth in class, Nicholas Weirkachuk with his Charlet Ram. That's entry 17. Entry 17. And of course, we'll be asking our top two from the first class, entry 49 and entry 23, to stay in the marshalling area as you'll be coming back for the Market Lamb Championship class. Our next class should be class number 2. This is our Market Lamb Intermediate and Senior Combined class. To our Judge Breaky, you should have 6 entries in this class. We'll be making numerous reminders throughout the day, but we would ask that everyone that is following along in your show program to please make note of the amazing contribution that has been provided by sponsors and contributors in the show program. So you'll see a list of amazing businesses, organizations, individuals, and so on. So we'll be spotlighting those throughout the day, but we do want to thank our sponsors and supporters of the Eagle 4-H Club, and do make note of all of those amazing contributions and generosity in the show program. Thank you again to the 2022 Eagle 4-H Club sponsors. We'll now have comments on class number 2, our market lambs, exhibited by intermediates and seniors from Judge Alan Brakey.
So once again, you guys have made it very difficult for the judge. Essentially, there are 4 lambs that are Charolais crosses, and then there are 2 that are Cheviot or Cheviot crosses. So to compare the 2 breeds for market characteristics is a little bit difficult. But so the 2 main things I've been looking at is muscling in the back leg and the length of loin. And so there are a few of these lambs have excellent muscling in the back legs but fairly short loins, whereas a couple of others have very long loins but not quite as good muscling in the back leg. So the one here on the right seems to have the best combination of length of loin and muscling in the back leg, which is essentially why I've placed it where it is. The next one over, very similar with both characteristics of length of loin and muscling in the leg. Very close to the one to the right here. The next 2 are the 2 that are essentially Cheviots or Cheviot crosses. And you know, for Cheviots, and I breed Cheviots, so I'm quite familiar with sort of how they finish out, and both of these have really excellent muscling in the back leg. Loins are of course a little bit shorter than the 2 over here on the right. And then the 2 here on my left, not quite as good muscling in the back end, though again for Charolais based market lambs, pretty good muscling. And the loins on both these 2 a little bit shorter than certainly the guys on my far right. So again, an excellent class of market lambs, and you're all to be congratulated for presenting them beautifully. They're well turned out, and yeah, well done to all of you.
Thank you, Judge Brakey. So your class winner and advancing to the championship round is entry 75 from Tom Verhoeven with his Cheviot Charolais Cross Market Lamb. Second in class, entry 89 from Joseph Rimmer with his Charolais Cross Market Lamb. In third place, entry 68, Caden Kuntz with his Charolais Dorset Cross. In fourth place, Maya Rosinki, entry 74 with her Cheviot Influence Market Lamb. In fifth place, Thea Alcock, entry 42 with her Charolais Cross Market Lamb. And in sixth place, entry 81, Georgia Verhoeven with her Charolais Suffolk Cross. So we'll just take a moment to allow our top 2 from that intermediate and senior division to get over into the marshalling area for our Market Lamb Championship class. So Judge Alan Brakey, we will have 4 entries in this class, your top 2 from our first 2 classes. And we want to thank Nick Fisher as our official ringman for the sheep portion. He will be joined by Tyson Gardner a little bit later this morning. But thank you to those 2 fellas who will be the adjudicators of our sheep show this morning. And there you have it, folks. We have the top 2 from our first class. We have entry 49, Chloe Braithwaite, and entry 23, Emily Wood. And in our second class, just to reintroduce our Market Lamb champions, from that second class, entry 75 from Tom Verhoeven and entry 89, Joseph Rimmer. So my understanding is Judge Brakey is going to evaluate these 4 lambs and place them first, second, third, and fourth. And of course, your first and second will be declared your champion and reserve champion lamb. And they will be receiving a championship buckle sponsored by Trackside Sales and Service. And your banner is sponsored by First Choice Sausage and Meats. The reserve champion lamb getting a banner sponsored by Fred and Bonnie Bay. Our next class into the ring is going to be the start of our breeding show, so we would ask class number 4 to be in the marshalling area. The Breeding ewe lambs class will be up next. And then after this championship class, we will ask our champions to head on down to the photo backdrop where Kelly Latimer will have an opportunity to take a picture with all your loot. So if you're just joining us here in the Cow Palace, this is our Market Lamb Club Championship class. We have 4 outstanding individuals from our junior, intermediate, and senior age categories. And again, we would like to recognize your class winner, Chloe Braithwaite, and second in class, Emily Wood from our first division. And in our second division, our intermediates and seniors, your class winner was Tom Verhoeven, and second in class, Joseph Rimmer. So Judge Alan Brakey, all the way from Bragg Creek, will be facilitating this class and determining your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Lamb. Again, we want to thank our sponsors for this 4-H Market Lamb Division, Trackside Sales and Service, First Choice Sausage and Meats, and Fred and Bonnie Bay. And with his hotly contested division, we'll now have comments from Judge Alan Brakey on his championship class.
There's no question that this was very hotly contested. Very difficult to choose between one lamb and the next, particularly in this class with the 2 top lambs from the junior and seniors. So I picked the best market lamb, being the one on my right here. Again, a very good combination of back leg muscling and length of loin, and just a very well turned out, well exhibited lamb. And the next one over, again, characteristics pretty similar to the one to my right. Not quite as long a length of loin, and muscling in the back end, probably a little bit less than the one to my right. Both these lambs are excellent lambs. A good combination of muscling in the back leg. Not quite as long length of loin as the other 2 to my right. But again, as I said before, all these lambs, excellent market lambs, and hopefully you will do really well at the auction tomorrow. So that's the way I see it today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for your championship. As you do so, we are thrilled to have Miss Rodeo Sundry, Kaylee Shantz, here with some amazing helpers to pass out some banners. Of course, the banner is sponsored by First Choice Sausage and Meats and Fred and Bonnie Bay, but the buckle is going to your champion, Chloe Braithwaite. And that buckle is sponsored by Trackside Sales and Service. So congratulations to Chloe Braithwaite, your champion market lamb, 4-H exhibitor, and your reserve champion from Tom Verhoeven, entry 75. He is your reserve. So thank you, girls. We're We're just going to take a very quick break, and we're going to ask our judge, Alan Brakey, to head on over to the official photo backdrop. Kelly Latimer will be delighted to take your photo. And also, we want to thank Mrs. Cook. Mrs. Cook is here with all of her class. Thanks for coming, Mrs. Cook. Oh, and Mr. Seeley's here too. Hi, Mr. Seeley and all of your amazing class. Thanks for joining us here at Achievement Day. Hello. We're just taking a quick photo break, guys. So once you get sat down, we'll be ready for another class of sheep. All right, everyone, I think we're ready to go. Our judge is back. So our first class of breeding ewes, this is class number 4. These are junior exhibitors that have a breeding ewe. There should be 3 entries, Judge Brakey, in this class. 3 entries in class number 4. So to all of us joining the show right now, we have switched gears from our market lamb now to our breeding show. So these are females that these 4-H members are looking at as potential projects to add to their breeding flock, which is really important as we continue to focus on really high quality livestock production here in Olds, the region, and Alberta, of course. So in this class, we have 3 exhibitors, and they have a number of breeds being represented. We have Charolais, Dorset, Cheviot, and Arcot. So good job to our 4-H members for finding some really neat breeds to showcase here in the Eagle 4-H Club. And we also want to thank, now that we have everyone's attention again, Mrs. Cook and Mr. Seeley for bringing their classes to the Cow Palace. This is such a neat opportunity. You guys can all wave, yeah? Thanks so much for coming, guys. It's wonderful to cheer on your friends and to see what so much of what we do in out on the farm looks like. So thank you so much for coming. These 4-H members are usually between the ages of 9 and 20, and our cleaver projects are a little bit younger than that. So it's a really neat opportunity for you guys to see what the hands-on practices go to raising animals and getting them ready to come to town. So it's a really great opportunity, and you have 2 of the very best teachers with you to share this amazing experience. So thank you guys so much for coming to the Eagle 4-H Achievement Day. So for our classmates that are here, some of the things that the judge is looking for in our breeding animals is an overall conformation quality. So it would be no different than if we were evaluating an athlete, let's say. So if an athlete is a runner, we're looking for somebody that is fairly lean, pretty fast, got good feet, and doing some really amazing things in that particular sport. So in livestock, it's quite similar actually. We're looking for overall conformation quality. That means that they are going to be a high producing animal of that particular protein product. So for sheep, he is a doctor of sheep. But Alan Brakey, our official today, is looking for overall conformation. So length of body, structure in the legs and feet, a really nice head carriage down into the neck, lots of muscle and thickness over the top and down into the leg of lamb. Looking for good teeth quality because of course they're a foraging animal. So lots of different aspects of these lambs that our judge is looking at and evaluating and comparing one over the other. And so when you place that class, of course you have what would be his favorite, followed by his second, his third, his fourth favorite, and then he will give reasons on the class why he placed the class that he did. And so it's great feedback for the 4-H members as they take that back and as they make some breeding decisions and selections in the fall. It allows them to potentially get even better the next year. So it's a great opportunity to reward those that have had excellent success and give them the tools for success for next year. And with that, we'll have some even better comments from our Judge Alan Brakey on his class number 4 breeding ewes exhibited by juniors.
I'd just like to make something clear. I don't have favorites. try and be as impartial and go on the characteristics as I see them, but that can change from one day to the next. So I'm leaving the order of my choices the way it is. This lamb on the right, it has, in my opinion, very good legs. It has, good so-called feminine characteristics of a ewe lamb. I think the program is to breed her this year so that she will have lambs at foot next year. And I haven't looked at the teeth of any of these guys because lambs of this age, they still haven't got their main set of teeth in, and so it's hard to evaluate whether their teeth that are coming in are going to be great for grazing or whether they have some flaws in it. But it's a nice long ewe lamb. It has good muscling on the back legs, and pasterns are good, and so it should be a great addition to your breeding flock. The one in the middle here, which is strikingly black and apparently has a black Dorset mother, very nice looking ewe. She's obviously grown well. I found the top line on this one not quite as straight and firm as the one on my right. But again, if she's bred again to lamb next year, she's got the size and everything that she should do well in producing her first lamb for next year, and presumably maybe come back next year with a lamb at foot. This Cheviot cross at the back here, a little bit smaller than the other guys. I wasn't sure what the date of birth was and what the age differential is with the other two, but also a very nice looking lamb. She's been well trimmed and carded and well presented. So again, should be a very nice ewe lamb to add to your breeding flock. So congratulations to all three of you, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you, Judge Brickey. So your class winner, and moving on to the Breeding Ewe Championship, is the entry from Emily Wood. She's entry 23 with her Charolais-influenced Breeding Ewe. Second in class, entry 28, Brooklyn Kuntz with her Dorset Cross. And third in class, entry 37, Warren Bloom with his Cheviot Arcot Cross. Our next class into the ring for Judge Alan Brakey is class number 5. This is our intermediate and senior 4-H members with breeding ewes. You should have 5 entries in this class. Judge, I believe your class is complete. We would ask our top 2 from that first class to make their way back to the marshalling area after your photo, because you have advanced to the Breeding Ewe Championship class. Attention all 4-H parents, if we could get Jess Iluk to come to the front, to the awards table area, please. Jess Iluk to the awards table. So some fun facts about the Eagle 4-H Club. They've been active for 62 years. This year they have an amazing 57 members ranging in age from 6 to 18. This year their club has 7 projects: beef, sheep, equine, canine, small engines, outdoor ed, and pheasant. Our members in the Eagle 4-H Club fulfill their 4-H membership requirements by participating in public speaking, multi-judging, community service, project record books, fundraising, and attending monthly meetings. So lots of things happening throughout the year when you're a 4-H member, especially in the Eagle 4-H Club. And just a little special announcement, your Cleaver project leader, Brody Gardner, has asked that the Cleaver members please gather at the Cleaver special area where the calendar. And with that, folks, we have results in our intermediate and senior class of breeding ewes, class number 5. And to give reasons, Judge Alan Brakey.
So I've lined them up this way. One of the big criteria for a ewe lamb is, and for our ewes in general, is capacity. And so, you know, I put a fair bit of emphasis on capacity, and that really is one's, you know, her anticipated ability to produce lambs next year and hopefully produce twins. And so certainly the first 2 lambs here in terms of capacity seems to have the largest capacity for lambing next year. And then going on down the line, the capacity is not quite as pronounced. They're smaller lambs. Most of these guys, I believe, were born you know, within a few weeks of each other. So, you know, in terms of growth rate and all the rest of it, it's more or less, you know, a level playing field. In terms of, so the legs on all these lambs look good. The pasterns, in my opinion, are good. And generally the back leg muscling for future production of market lambs, probably pretty good. And so, again, quite a bit of Charolais here. And, you know, when you have 3 or 4 lambs with a strong breed bias, comparing them to, you know, a Cheviot-dominated ewe lamb, it is difficult. But certainly that's the way I see it today. Again, 5 excellent ewe lambs, and hopefully they will be good producers next year to add to your flocks. Well done.
Thank you, Judge Breakey. So moving off in first place and advancing to your final is the entry from Caden Kuntz, entry 68, his Dorset Romanoff Cross. Second in class and also advancing the entry from Tom Verhoeven, entry 75 with his Cheviot Charolais Influence breeding ewe. Third in class, entry 81, Georgia Verhoeven with her Charolais Influence. Fourth in class, entry 67 from Katie Cockle with her Charolais Cross, and fifth in class, entry 42, Thea Alcock with her Charolais Influence breeding ewe. So our next class, class number 6, is our breeding ewe club championship class for our judge. So we will reintroduce you to the top 2 from our 2 most recent class, number 4 and number 5. So your class winner from class number 4, exhibited by junior 4-H members, is the class winner, entry 23, Emily Wood, with her Charolais Influence ewe lamb. Second in that class, the Dorset Cross, exhibited by Brooklyn Kuntz, entry 28. And first in our most recent class, entry 68, Caden Kuntz with his Dorset Romanoff Cross. And second in class, Tom Verhoeven, entry 75, with his Cheviot Charolais Cross. So Judge Alan Breakey is going to take a few moments to place his class top to bottom in this championship class. And of course, our top 2 will advance on to our Grand Champion Breeding ewe class. So just another tidbit of information for our amazing classes that are with us today. For every one of you, I bet you guys have chores at home. I bet you guys have to take out the garbage. I bet you have to mow the lawn and maybe help in the garden and all sorts of things. Well, these 4-H members get to feed their projects every day of the year. And so they make sure that they have food and water every day, morning and night. And they make sure that they have bedding and shelter and all the appropriate vitamins and minerals. So that takes a huge amount of time and commitment for each of these members to make sure that their animals are well cared for. It's like having pets at home, but they're not pets. They're breeding animals and they have a really particular purpose. So it's really quite noble what these kids are doing. And to give comments on just how amazing these kids are, our Judge Alan Breakey will give comments in our Breeding ewe championship class.
I don't have much more to add than my previous comments for the 2 classes, but I'm going to pick the 2 seniors ewe lambs. Again, emphasizing capacity for lambing next year, but also they seem to be, you know, a bit more structurally correct than the other 2 lambs on my right. But again, all 4 are excellent ewe lambs to add to one's flock. And I give a bit of a shout out to this young gentleman over here who's been bold enough throughout to show without a halter on. I was never that bold, but obviously these lambs have been, you know, well halter trained, well broken in, and when you get to the point, going into the ring without a halter is, you know, it's an added bonus and whatever. But Yeah, good for you. So yeah, congratulations to all of you. You nice looking lambs, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Judge Breaky, with some applause from the crowd, and congratulating our Breeding You Lamb Championship exhibitor, Caden Kuntz. Entry 68 from the senior division is your champion, and reserve is Tom Verhoeven with his Cheviot Charlet Cross. So our two seniors will advance to our Breeding You Championship class. Congratulations, guys. If you're marking your show program, third then would be Emily Wood with her entry 23, and fourth, Brooklyn Kuntz with entry 28. Our next class into the ring will be class number 7. This is our yearling breeding ewes. Yearling breeding ewes, and to our judge, Alan Breaky, you should have 5 entries in this class. And just remember, Caden and Tom, you have advanced to our Breeding You Championships, so don't go too far.
Start selling online with Shopify, the e-commerce platform that's trusted by millions.
Lexi Sandy would invite all of her fellow 4-H members to please make sure they come to the awards table and sign the cards that are provided. It would make her very happy if you would all abide by this request in a timely fashion. Thank you very much. Just a reminder to all of our 4-H members, class number 7 is up next. So if we can get our next class rolling, there should be 5 entries in this class. And of course, we know that a couple of our exhibitors were in that last class, but I think we should be nearing to ready with our 5 entries in class number 7, the yearling breeding ewe. So if you're following along in your show program, this is class number 7. This is the yearling breeding ewe. So we do have 5 entries in this class, 5 entries in the yearling breeding ewe. And with that, we'll have comments on class number 7 from Judge Alan Brakey.
This, in my opinion, a very difficult class to judge. These are all yearling ewes, so these are all first-time lambs for them. Right across the board, they seem to have done a terrific job raising their first lamb or set of lambs. And so how you judge a yearling ewe or a mature ewe is pretty difficult. But really what it's all about is their ability to produce. And all these guys have demonstrated, a good ability to produce. And so for my top pick, I'm going to go with the ewe with twins. And as you can see, she's a bit run down, which is no surprise. She's been nursing these guys since probably mid-January or so that takes a toll. Pretty soon she'll have you'll wean the lambs and she'll get her condition back. But, for a first-time mother, she's done an excellent job in producing her first 2 lambs. And she produced 2 ram lambs to boot. And then for my second pick, I'm going to go with these guys at the end here. The reason being, so all these have produced singles, except for this one over here that had twins but lost one. So in terms of ability to raise their lamb and not lose a whole bunch of condition, this one wins the prize for that, just because both the lamb and mother ewe have been excellent in maintaining and growing, and I expect that lamb's had a fair bit of lamb grower and whatever to keep it up, but just a nice combo of mother and lamb. And for these other ones, again, they've all done a great job in producing their first ewe, and right across the board, the udders are all in good shape, and udders tend to be one of the big problems with ewes and aging ewes, and I know in my flock it's always a struggle to maintain udder health. So again, congratulations on the health of all these yearling ewes, and hopefully they'll produce for all of you for many years to come.
So just before everybody moves, if I could ask Judge Brakey, your first place winner.
My first place is number 23 here with the set of twins. And my second place is at the end here with number 81. And so number 3 is next. Can you show me your number? Yeah, number 75. And then the one with the displaced lamb here who won't keep quiet is next. Can you show me your number? So number 89. And then, what's your number? Number 67.
Awesome. So if I could ask the exhibitors to leave the ring in order of Judge Brakey's placings. So winning the yearling breeding ewe class is entry 23, Emily Wood. So we'll have her lead off. Second in class, we have entry 81 from Georgia Verhoeven. Third in class, entry 75, Tom Verhoeven. Fourth in class, entry 89, Joseph Rimmer. And fifth in class, entry 67, Katie Cockhill. Congratulations to our 5 yearling breeding ewe winners. Our next class into the ring will be class number 8, our Mature Breeding U class. And to our Judge Breaky, you have 2 entries in our next class. And please make sure that you have taken a picture at the photo backdrop, but our top 2 from class number 7 will advance to our championship class. So please, Emily and Georgia, don't go far. After our mature class, it is you next again for championship. So this is class number 8, our mature breeding ewe class. 2 entries in the class for Judge Alan Brakey. This is class number 8. And with that, we'll have comments on our last class of mature breeding ewes from Judge Alan Brakey.
So when you guys bring in 2 very nice 2-year-old ewes, each with a set of twins, you make it very hard to pick one over the other. According to our 4-H'ers here, both these ewes lambed also last year, and so obviously well on their way to be integral parts of a breeding flock. Really, it's very, very tough to choose one from the other. Again, both these sets of lambs have been raised by their mothers with very little assistance, either in birthing or in feeding. And mostly they're either on hay or grass right now. So I'm going to go with the Cheviots. And the reason being essentially, again, very difficult to choose between the 2 sets of ewes. But for, just a match set of
is entry 81 from Georgia Verhoeven with her Suffolk influence. So I think, I don't know exactly how you guys are all going to manage this, but I think that we're going to ask you to exit the ring so that Georgia can get her 2 yearling ewe and mature ewes organized, and we'll have our championship class next. So I think to Greg and Monica, you have organized our Championship U class and they're ready to go. But we're going to send Georgia out because I think she's got some leadsman changes to make. So congratulations to these two. We'll reintroduce them once they come back for our overall Breeding U Championship class, which is next. Class number 9 is up. This is a good opportunity while we wait for our championship to come in to recognize our gold sponsors: Patterson Grain, Future Ag, World Class Contracting, RBC, Fortis, Connect First Credit Union, Copper Kettle Performance, Horses and Canine, Trackside Sales and Service, Rafter W Ranch, Reese Agri Holdings Limited, Mayton Farms Incorporated, MHR Law, First Choice Sausage and Meats, Fred and Bonnie Bay, FCC, UFA, AFSC, Anderson Bred Heifers, Rocky Mountain Equipment, Blue Rock Animal Nutrition, Gardner Livestock, Master Feeds, Brandt, Westview Co-op, The Meat Chop, Outcast Oilfield Supplies, Rosinki Farms, Olds Import Sales, Unleashed Canine, Loyal Energy, Olds Regional Exhibition, Rose Hill Auction Services, Blake Willard, Thiessen and Associates, IG Wealth Management. Thank you to the 2021-22 gold sponsors for Eagle 4-H Beef Club. If you're following along in the stands, the delay in the marshalling area is just the opportunity for marshals and sheep club leaders to arrange our champion breeding ewe class. We will have our top 2 from the ewe lamb, yearling ewe, and mature ewe class that will be vying for your overall club champion. Of course, that buckle is sponsored by Patterson Grain, and the banner sponsor for the Grand Champion Breeding Ewe is brought to you by Pioneer Vet Services. And your reserve champion banner sponsored by DS Half Diamond Farm. For all the sheep exhibitors, we sure hope that you've had an opportunity to walk through the official photo area. Our official photographer today is Kelly Latimer, and she appreciates all the help from the parents in order to capture that awesome photo. So again, thank you to Kelly Latimer as the official photographer, and make sure that all of our members have gotten their limited edition 2022 project picture. We also want to thank Mrs. Cook and Mr. Seeley for bringing their classes to take in a part of the 4-H Achievement Day. Have a fun rest of your day, guys. So we'll reintroduce you to our championship from the ewe lamb division. We have Caden Kuntz, entry 68 is your champion ewe lamb, and your reserve champion is exhibited by Tom Verhoeven. So congratulations to our 2 ewe lamb champions. Your yearling ewe project champion from Emily Wood, entry 23. And your reserve breeding yearling ewe from Georgia Verhoeven. And most recently, from our mature class, your class winner, Maya Rosinki, entry 74, and your reserve mature breeding ewe champion, entry 81, also from Georgia Verhoeven. So you know how they say it takes a village, folks? Well, every single member that is got a registered sheep project is in the ring helping each other out. And that's what 4-H is all about. It's all about making sure that you've got a helping hand when it comes time. So thank you to all of the hard work and dedicated 4-H members that are on halter helping our division winners as we will get a little bit organized in our show ring to decipher our division champions and be able to declare our overall grand champion breeding ewe. Our buckle sponsor for our championship breeding ewe is Patterson Grain, and our banner sponsor is Pioneer Vet Services. If there's any representative, please come to the awards table, and you'll be joined by Miss Rodeo Sundry. Miss Kaylee will assist in that banner presentation. And our reserve champion banner is sponsored by DS Half Diamond Farms. Oh. And with that, we're going to have comments from our judge on this championship class.
So I am going to go with the two mature ewes with twins at foot. And the reason being is, you know, this is their second year lambing. They're obviously good producers. They've been really well turned out for today, and, you know, you couldn't really ask for two better ewes to be part of your core breeding flock. And so, yeah, I have no hesitation about selecting these two. Again, this set of twins, a terrific set of twins for a first timer, and you know, she is, you know, it's pretty taxing on her to be raising these two twins, but I'm sure she'll be back in really good condition by end of July, early August, when you'll probably be breeding her again. But all these ewes, terrific ewes, and well done to all of you.
Thank you, Judge Breaky. So a special congratulations to our 2022 Grand Champion Breeding Ewe, exhibited by Maya Rosinki, entry 74, and receiving a buckle sponsored by Patterson Grain and a banner sponsored by Pioneer Vet Services. I believe our officials are coming in to do the official presentation to Maya Rosinki, entry 74, with her North Country Cheviot Mature Breeding Ewe. She is your 2002 Grand Champion. And we also want to thank Hans, who is here on behalf of Pioneer Vet Services as well. We are very proud of Pioneer Vet Services as in our community and a huge supporter of all things youth and agriculture. So thank you to all of our sponsors, Patterson Grain, Pioneer Vet Services, and DS Half Diamond Farm as our presenting sponsors here in the Championship Breeding Ewe class. Again, congratulations to Maya Rosinki And your reserve champion breeding ewe going to Georgia Verhoeven, right behind her. Congratulations, Maya and Georgia. And of course now lady, everybody, if you can just stay put for a second. Thank you to Miss Rodeo Sundry, Kaylee Shantz. Now, our next class into the ring is our grand champion flock. 2 of the 3 breeding projects are already in the ring. So Georgia, would you like to collect your yearling ewe and your mature ewe, stay in the ring, and ask your brother to run and grab your ewe lamb? Excellent. Thanks, guys. Congratulations, everyone. And make sure that you guys head over to the official photo backdrop with your banner and buckle and all the loot. But first, we're going to do a champion flock class, and then we'll take a little bit of a break before showmanship. And by a little bit of a break, I mean a photo break. So if you're following in your show program, this is class number 10, and a flock represents all 3 of the 4-H sheep breeding projects. And of course, our single entry in this class is Georgia Verhoeven. So that means that Georgia has had a ewe lamb, yearling ewe, and mature ewe. And look at the amount of work that she has gone to get this flock ready for her 4-H Achievement Day. It's quite a feat. And Georgia, congratulations to you. You certainly could have stood a lot of competition. You've done an excellent job. And we're going to see the last puzzle piece, we'll say, in the mature flock. Thank you to Tom for bringing that in. So Judge Alan Brakey, this is your final confirmation class, your champion flock.
Well, thank you, Georgia, for making my job easy. In business, the best thing to have is a monopoly, and in the show ring, the best thing is to have the lone entry. But this is a tremendous looking flock, right from the 2-year-old down through the yearling ewe and lambs at foot, and then the lamb. There's tons of potential here for growing your flock if that's what you're doing. So well done. And as the announcer said, you know, the preparation to get this flock looking tip-top is it is a tremendous amount of work. And so congratulations on a job really well done.
Thank you, Judge Alan Brakey. So your champion flock for 2022 is Georgia Verhoeven, entry 81, and receiving the banner from our Miss Rodeo Sundry, a banner sponsored by RBC. So thank you to the Royal Bank. Georgia Verhoeven is your champion flock for 2022. All right, it looks like pictures are underway, folks. So I think if all is well with our marshals over in the sheep marshaling area, we can get going with class number 11. This is sheep showmanship for the junior members, junior sheep showmanship. There should be 6 juniors for sheep showmanship. So 4 classes remain to our judge breakie. We have junior, intermediate, and senior showmanship, followed by an overall club champion senior showman. And that will be the end of our sheep show. So there is 3 classes of showmanship and a championship yet to come. If there, Jody, does anybody over at the awards table have an extra pen for Judge Breakie? A pen. This is a good opportunity to introduce our 2022 silver sponsors. We'd like to acknowledge Gary and Marjorie Bowman, Bar E Dairy, Pioneer Vet Services, Casbar Kennels, Schrader Herefords, Rob Saunders with ATB, Melora Allen, Louise Schrader, BMO, Torbay Farms, Eagle Ridge Cementals, Diamond T Cattle Company, DS Half Diamond Farm, Richardson Family, Eagle Eye Heavy Duty, that's Nick Fisher, Westway Farms, Trax Pub, Cosmopolitan, Frayed Knot Western Consignment, Nutrien, and Grow & Co. We'd also like to thank our bronze sponsors, Anderson Slip LLP, Barbara Rivers, Eluke Family, Sandy Cattle Company, and the Canadian Horse Journal. Our DLMS gold sponsors, Wood Seed Farm, Rafter W Ranch, Diamond Tea, Remitol, Tread Pro Tire Center, Dallas Farms, Red West Plumbing and Heating, Palliser Insurance, thank you to Jennifer Wood, Copper Kettle Performance Horses, and McPhee Developments. Gina Hamilton, can you come to the announcer stand for a hot second? So to our Judge Alan Breakie, we have 6 entries in our junior sheep showmanship class. 6 entries. So of course in 4-H Alberta ages, these are youth that are ages 9 to 11 as of January 1st. Ages 9 to 11 is your junior category. 6 entries, and this is our class number 11, junior showmanship. Greg or Monica Rosinski, could you come to the announcer stand, please? Thank you. So if you're watching along ringside, this is class number 11, Junior Sheep Showmanship. We have 6, 9 to 11-year-olds in the ring, and our judge, Alan Brakey, is ready to give comments on this showmanship class.
Again, you guys have made it very challenging to judge between you. You're all very good showmen. Showmanship is a form of marketing. So if you're in the show ring and you're hoping to sell animals, the better you show them off, the better price you're probably going to get. So it's an important skill to have, and you guys have done a terrific job in showing your animals to their best attributes. And so I have made a selection. I've been asked to do, top to bottom, which I'm going to do, but I do it very reluctantly because all you guys were excellent at what you were doing. So number 49 is today the top show person. So congratulations, number 49. And then number 28 is number 2. Does anyone know who's 28? You should remember your number. That's all part of showmanship also. And then number 98, number 17, number 37, and so who am I missing here? 23 probably? Am I missing 23? So I'm 23, and I think that's everybody. So congratulations to all of you. You've done a lot of work honing your showmanship skills, and over the years it will definitely pay off. So well done to all of you.
So we'll ask our champion junior showman to lead off, entry 49, Chloe Braithwaite. Congratulations, Chloe. I know she's got a very proud pair of grandparents in the stands. Also, we want to congratulate our reserve junior champion, Brooklyn Kuntz. That's entry 28. So congratulations to Brooklyn for her reserve champion junior showmanship. And congratulations to the rest of our group. We'd like to acknowledge Callie Crease, entry 98, entry 17, Nicholas Witcheruk, Warren Bloom, entry 37, and entry 23, Emily Wood. Congratulations, you guys. You've done a terrific job. Our next class will be class number 12, Sheep Showmanship for the Intermediates. Judge Brakey, you have 5 entries in this class of intermediates. So intermediate age in 4-H Alberta is 12 to 14. So these are 12 to 14-year-olds in intermediates, 5 entries in showmanship, intermediate division. Please do remember to Chloe Braithwaite and Brooklyn Kuntz, you will have an opportunity to compete one more time for overall sheep showman of the club. So please don't go too far with your animals. You have advanced to the overall showman championship. Just a reminder to all of the grandparents, aunts, and uncles that are ringside, the 4-H Club has raffle tickets that you can purchase. And that seems like a very logical grandparent, aunt, or uncle thing to do, is to buy raffle tickets. If you're interested, please come over to the awards table. Jody Farr that's got her hand up with a really pretty pink hoodie, or Chase Sandy would be more than happy to sell you some raffle tickets. They're only $10 a ticket, so you get 2 for $20. It's such a good deal. You have a chance to win 4 different quarters of beef. There's 4 draws for that. There's a draw for 10 2W panels. And literally, who doesn't need more 2W panels? If you don't need more 2W panels, then you can opt for the $1,000 cash. But if you win 10 2W panels, let me know. I might strike a deal with you. Anyway, raffle tickets, Jody Farr and Chase Sandy. If you're interested, they do have a few raffle tickets left. We'd also like to mention that the Eagle 4-H Club Show and Sale Achievement Day Committee has been working very diligently to share some purchasing options at their sale tonight. So if anybody in the audience is looking for literally the best lamb and beef you can find in the region, you may want to talk to either Amanda Sandy or Brad McDermott and ask them what some of those options may look like. If you're wanting to support 4-H in the sale tonight, there's lots of ways that you can do that, and there's some real creative ways that you can partner up as well. So if you're interested to learn more about that and how you can be involved in the lamb and steer sale tonight, please make sure that you chat with Amanda Sandy, Brad McDermott, or even Brody Gardner. We'll have a conversation with you about it too. And now Judge Breaky will give comments on his intermediate showmanship class.
You guys, again, are all excellent showmen. You've obviously been working at it very hard. You've also got your lambs pretty well trained. A couple of them have been giving you a little bit of problem from time to time, but by and large, you know, for this selection of lambs, they're pretty well behaved, which makes your job all the easier. Most of you have them standing pretty well, and it's always a trade-off of whether you fuss with those back legs or those front legs, or you leave it be so that your lamb doesn't get agitated. So it's kind of a judgment call that you've got to make while you're in the ring as to how much intervention you do to get your lamb to present as best as possible. So again, a very tough choice. I've today picked number 81 as number 1, number 74 as number 2, 67 as number 3, 68 as number 4, and 42 as number 5. And you know, part of that ranking, you know, your lamb on any particular day, you know, it may be reacting to the crowd or being distracted for some reason. And so, you know, it's tougher to handle, and that's just the way it goes in showing sheep. But today, that's kind of the way I saw it. So congratulations to all of you, and yeah, well done.
Thank you, Judge Breaky. So your champion intermediate showman is entry 81, Georgia Verhoeven. Congratulations, Georgia, as she will advance to the overall championship. And her reserve intermediate compadre will be entry 74, Maya Rosinski. We'd also like to congratulate Katie Cockhill, Caden Kuntz, and Thea Alcock. Our next class into the ring will be our senior showmanship class. 2 entries in the seniors. For Judge Breaky, you have 2 seniors. We'll absolutely invite Georgia and Maya to join Chloe and Brooklyn and be ready ringside as we will have our overall club champion showman in the Sheep Project in our next class. And with that, we're going to have comments on this senior class. I failed to mention the ages with 4-H Alberta is 15 to 20 in our senior division. So now we'll have comments from Judge Alan Breaky.
So again, very, very difficult to judge between you. You're both very excellent, focused showmen. And you know, you've shown both your lambs off with, you know, so that they show their very best. I'm going to go with 75 as first place and 89 in second. You're both to be congratulated for coming out here without halters. I tried my best to make the sheep or the lambs jump to see if but it didn't work. Again, the training on your lambs has been terrific. So congratulations to both of you. You've both done a great job and terrific, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you, Judge Breaky. So your champion senior showman is entry 75, Tom Verhoeven. And he can move off on parade in first and advance into our overall club champion. And our reserve senior champion sheep showman is Joseph Rimmer, entry 89. And those two fellas will be joining Chloe, Brooklyn, Georgia, and Maya in our overall club champion. This will be our final class of the sheep show. So we'll ask all eyes up in the show ring as we will declare the 2022 Grand Champion Sheep Showman. So to reintroduce you to our junior champions, our champion showman, Chloe Braithwaite, entry 49, and reserve junior champion showman, entry 28, Brooklyn Kuntz. Intermediate champion, entry 81, Georgia Verhoeven, and reserve champion, entry 74, Maya Rosinki. And our senior champion, entry 75, Tom Verhoeven, and entry 89 was reserve senior champion, Joseph Rimmer. The buckle in this overall championship class is sponsored by Mayton Farms Incorporated. And I think with that, we're going to have some comments from Judge Alan Breaky, all the way from Bragg Creek, Alberta. Alan, I believe this is your last opportunity to congratulate and give salute to these amazing sheep 4-H members here at the Eagle 4-H Achievement Day.
I just want to say at the start of the championship class here, you know, showmanship is of the moment. You can be a great showman for one time in the ring, and the next time your sheep acts up or whatever, gives you lots of problems, and you may not be such a good showmanship. So I'm going to approach this championship class, just because you came number one in intermediate last round, doesn't mean you're going to be number one intermediate in this round. So, you know, again, the best showmanship is not going to be how you performed last time around. It's going to be how you perform now, okay? Just as a heads up. And then at the end, if I can...
All right, sounds good. So our judge has spoken. It's a clean slate, and we're off to the races in our champion showman class here, class number 14. Let's turn some tunes up and watch the showmen work their magic.
Let me show you how I organize my small business and my life using HoneyBook.
again, you know, you guys are terrific show people. You know, you've done a really good job of showing your animals to their, you know, so that their best qualities are well displayed. And so, as I said before, just because you became first last time around doesn't mean you'll be first this time around in terms of the different classes. But, you know, this afternoon at 11:20 in the morning, I'm going to go with, I better make sure I get it right. But yeah, I'm going with 28 and 75 as the top two showmen today at lunchtime. So congratulations to you all. I mean, you were all terrific. So, and
So if I have that right, your champion showman entry 28, Brooklyn Kuntz. So if Brooklyn, if you can come on out. Brooklyn is your champion, and your reserve champion is Tom Verhoeven. Excellent. Congratulations to our top two sheep showmen of the day. Our buckle to Brooklyn Kuntz is sponsored by Maton Farms Incorporated. So congratulations to each of you for making the finals, and you are free to go. Make sure that you have had an opportunity to go in front of the picture backdrop with official photographer Kelly Latimer to get that special limited edition photo of your 2022 4-H project. And a special thank you to our judge, Mr. Alan Brakey, for facilitating our confirmation and showmanship show today. Tells me it's 11:25, which gives us a 5-minute break before we'll get started with our first class of steers. So class 15, our first split of junior steers, our show will commence in 5 minutes. So it will give our officials an opportunity to take a quick break, grab a coffee or a bottle of water, and we'll get started in 5 minutes' time. Brody Gardner, if you can come to the announcer stand, I have a cleaver question for you.
Hey, you making that survey?
Yep, with Typeform.
Typeform?
Yeah, it's this really simple form builder, survey maker, quiz creator that lets you ask questions one at a time.
Like a conversation?
Exactly. Let me show you. Pick a template, add some pics, customize.
That looks good.
Write questions, personalize follow-ups.
Do you have to code that?
Nope, it's zero code. Integrate with your apps, connect your data, and that's it.
Whoa, that's pretty sweet. type form, huh?
So ladies and gentlemen, we're just a few moments away from kicking off our steer show with class number 15, if you're following along in the show program. So we're asking our two ringmen, Nick Fisher and Tyson Gardner, to get ready to enter the ring. We've also got Stan Scales if he wants to make his way over to the in gate and chat with our ringmen. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, the gate is open. We're ready to go. The first member is hitting the ring now. Judge Stan Skeels. You're going to have 5 entries in our first split of junior steers. We have 2 splits of junior steers. We'll be advancing the top 2 to the junior championship after our second split, or class 16. There should be 6 steers in this class. As our 6th and final entry in this first split of junior steers has hit the ring, we're going to make an introduction to you that is our official today for our beef section of the Eagle 4-H Achievement Day. I'd like to introduce Mr. Stan Skeels of Rimbey. Stan runs a cow-calf operation of about 250 registered Limousin and Charolais females. They hold an annual sale, Lazy S Limousin and Charolais bull sale, every March. They also run about 100 Angus commercial cows and some grass yearlings. And if you're in the livestock business, of course you are familiar with VJV and Pinoca, where Stan works as a field rep and buyer for VJV for the past 30 years. Stan is no stranger to the show ring, as he is honored to be asked to judge numerous 4-H shows every year. And we're thrilled to have you, Stan, here at the Eagle 4-H Achievement Day. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Stan Skeels. We would also like to introduce to you 2 individuals that have been through this ring a time or 2 in their life, judging showmanship, grooming, and training. We are thrilled to have Cash and Jill McCleary. Of course, Cash and Jill, with their family, own and operate Black Chrome Livestock of Spruceview, and we'll see a lot of Jill and Cash as they have a hefty amount of responsibility judging showmanship, grooming, and training. We also have 2 young men. We'll say young men. One is a bit senior than the other, but they too have been Eagle 4-H Beef alumni, and I'd also like to recognize and thank our 2 ringmen for the day who are going to put on the most amount of miles. Thank you to Nick Fisher and Tyson Gardner. So we would like to thank everyone that is joining us here today in the stands. Of course, it means you're a 4-H supporter, and you may be a parent, an auntie, a grandparent, an uncle, friends, a mentor, a business owner, a sponsor. We have lots of friends of 4-H here today, and we want to thank you for coming and supporting the Eagle 4-H show. We also want to thank and salute all of our sponsors. If you look around the ring and look in your show program, you'll notice businesses that continue to generously invest in 4-H, and we want to thank them for doing so. We also challenge everybody to support the businesses that support 4-H. So again, to all of our sponsors, gold, silver, and bronze, we have showcased some of you already today. We'll continue to showcase you, but again, our hat is off to the 2021-22 sponsors of the Eagle 4-H Club. We also want to thank our official photographer of the day because she is a jack of all trades. She does absolutely everything. I don't think there's a single thing that Kelly Latimer can't do. She's probably a dancer. She's a teacher. She's a coach. She's a I don't know. She could do it all. Anyway, Kelly Latimer is your official photographer today, so please make sure that you parade your steer in front of the official backdrop at some point after your class. Thank you to Kelly for stepping up to do perhaps one of the most challenging jobs of Achievement Day. And also, we mentioned earlier, there are some raffle tickets still available. If you're interested to purchase your raffle ticket, please connect with Jody Farr. She's in a really pretty pink hoodie over at the announcer table waving her hand. Jody Farr has tickets and Chase Sandy has tickets. So they're only $10 a ticket. So we've provided you with a super deal. You get 2 for $20. And you'll have a chance to win 4 different quarters of beef. Like the best beef ever. So it's a terrific return on investment. There's also another draw for 10 2W panels. And who doesn't need more 2W panels? If you don't need any more 2W panels, you can opt for the cash. So please check out the raffle tickets that are still available. Jody or Chase would be happy to set you up with the winning ticket. We'll now have comments on our first of 2 splits, class number 15 from Judge Stan Skeels.
Hello everyone. For starters, I would like to thank you for the invitation to be here to sort through these cattle today. It's truly an honor to help the 4-H program. We've got a tremendous set of steers to start the day with. We're just going to set a couple steers aside to move on to the next class. We'll talk about them later. So in 6th place, I've got a big long-bodied red steer here, just a phenomenal steer. You've got an excellent calf. Hasn't quite reached his full potential. There's still room in this calf to put on some pounds, a little more finish, but the steer's going to grade. Excellent kind of calf, really long-bodied, very good calf. Next calf in line, this red steer here. I give up a little bit of body length to the black steer above him. It's a toss-up to me between these steers. This steer's a little thicker. This steer I like to see a little stronger top line, but tremendous length of body. Both steers very well finished, but very long-bodied black calf. Moving into 3rd, we've got this red Baldy steer, just a powerhouse, super finished steer. Tremendous cover arm, lots of body, lots of thickness, lots of muscle in this steer. He's going to yield, he's going to grade, just a tremendous steer. So congratulations to all 6 of you members, and we'll see these 2 in the next.
Thank you, Judge Skills. So advancing off entry 59, Haley Pipke with her Simmental Cross steer. She will advance out of the first class. Also advancing entry 84, Sarah McDermott with her Simmental Cross steer. And they will advance to the junior finals. In third place, entry 15, Ellie Doran with her Hereford Simmental Cross. In fourth place, entry 57, Ella Latimer with her Angus Influence. In fifth place, entry 39, Raylyn Sandy with her Simmental Cross. And in sixth place, Evan Mueller with his Red Angus Influence calf. Those are your top 6 here in our first split of junior steers. Our next class will be our second and final split of junior steers. To our judge Stan Skills, we'll have 6 in this next class. Again, 6 entries, so 12 in total for our juniors here in the Eagle 4-H Club. Our second split will have 6 entries. Our top 2 from the first split, Haley Pipke, entry 59, and Sarah McDermott, entry 84. Please be ringside in the marshalling area. You will be in what will be class 16B. It is not in your show program, but we will determine a junior champion steer. So please, those 2 girls, stick around. You'll be in the next class after this second split of junior steers. And we're ready to go with our second split. So for all of our spectators and guests that are watching the show, you'll notice that in the show program, there are no weights beside the steers. I'm going to make a leap of faith that the reason why the weights aren't in there is if you're curious what the weights of these steers are, you can either have a little toonie bet going on in your little cluster of spectators, or you will be able to come back and interact with the 4-H members and ask them a little bit more about their projects, where you can find out what the weights of their steers are. So there are no weights in the steers, but it provides great conversation piece and an opportunity for you to come interact with 4-H members. All of the steers were weighed at Old's Auction Market yesterday, so the kids all have a very consistent knowledge of what their weight on their steers was. So thank you again to Old's Auction Market. I saw Pat Cassidy walking around here. He's such a great advocate on behalf of Old's Auction Market, so thank you for opening up the mart for some official weights on our 4-H calves. And with that, we'll have comments on our second and final split of junior steers from Judge Skeels.
We've got a little bit of difference in the type of cattle in this class. We're going to, I'll comment on this speckled steer on the end. Just, we're judging a fat show today. This steer just doesn't quite have enough cover on him today to meet the needs of the industry. We're going to step into this black steer, very well finished. I moved this steer down the line. To me, he's just too coarse. I finished a few cattle myself, and I'm always concerned about catching some bull grades and such, and this steer just a little too coarse to me. I'm sure he's fine, I hope he's fine, but that's the reason I'm setting him down, is because he is a little too coarse for myself. The red steer next in line, super big frame type steer. What I would like to change, I'd like to put a little more thickness in him. The steer's finished. You got an excellent cover on him, long body, tremendous frame, kind of steer I'd like to feed, but he's a little more thickness, he'd stand up a little higher today. Moving into the black calf, probably very similar to the red. The difference being a little extra length of body in this black steer, tremendously long, nice finish. I'd like to make him a little stronger top line. That's why I set him down below the two steers above, but tremendous steer, be very proud of him. We'll move these two steers, powerful set of steers, on to the next class.
Thank you, Judge Scales. So advancing to our next class is entry 27, Braden McDermott with his Angus Simmental influence. And also advancing, oh, I'm skipping here, Jet Doran with his Simmental cross. Third in class was entry 45, Jenner Iluk with his Angus cross. Fourth in class, Lexi Sandy with entry 73 and her Simmental cross. Fifth in class, entry 62, Cassidy McQuaig with her Angus Influence calf. And sixth in class, entry 14, Sabella Black with her Speckle Park Simmental cross. We'll ask our two fellas that have advanced in no particular order to just skip down the panels and join the two that advanced from our first split of junior steers in our next class, not in your program, but it is class 16B. It's going to be our junior championship class for steers. In this class, and our judge, Stan Skeels, will select his champion and reserve champion junior steer. We would call for all the intermediate steers to be ringside, please. All the intermediate steers, please be in the marshalling area. You are our next class in. Class number 17 will be following our junior championship class. So to reintroduce you to the two that advanced, entry 59 is the entry from Haley Pipke and entry 84 from Sarah McDermott. They are the two that advanced from our first junior class. And our two advancing in the second split, entry 27, Brandon McDermott, and entry 31, Jet Doran. And with that, we'll have comments on our junior championship class from Judge Stan Skeels.
Congratulations to all four of you. You've got a powerful set of steers here. Any one of these, a different day, somebody else may pick them totally different, and they'd be right, because they're all good. In fourth place, I'm going to go with the smaller, the black steer. I can't pick a hole in him. I love this steer. He's tremendous. I'd just like to see just a little more steer. Great calf. He's really good, but I'd like to see a little stronger steer, a little more size to the steer today. We're selling pounds of beef. We'll comment on the red steer. We got a big 1,600 plus pound steer here. I would not discount this steer on size. I've used these steers before to win the whole darn thing. We can take these 1,000-pound carcasses all day long. That is probably the most profitable steer in the barn. Tremendous finish, long-bodied, full of red meat. I moved them into third. I think personal, I like the black steer. I appeal just a touch better, but that Simmental steer is a contender. He's an excellent steer. Be very proud of him. This black steer I put into second place. Long-bodied, excellent finish on him. He's going to yield tremendous. Just an excellent type of steer as well. However, I am going to take this red steer here in first place. Personal preference. I appeal on the steer is outstanding. I just love the finish on the calf. He's got the muscle. He's got the yield. He's going to grade. Very correct type calf. Congratulations to all four of you. Tremendous set of steers.
Thank you, Stan. So your junior champion steer is entry 59 from Haley Pipke with her Simmental Influence steer. She'll be able to move out on parade in first place in advancing to the championship class. Congratulations to Haley. And your reserve junior champion exhibited by Jet Doran with entry 31 and his Simmental Cross steer. Congratulations, your reserve junior champion. In third place, we have the entry from Sarah McDermott with entry 84 and her Simmental Influence steer. And in fourth place in our overall junior championship class, entry 27, Brandon McDermott with his Sim Angus Cross steer. Congratulations to our top four juniors. Our next class will be class number 17. As I said during this sheep show, the Eagle Beef and Multi Club has been active for 62 years. This year they have an amazing 57 members ranging in age from 6 to 18. This year they have 7 projects: beef, sheep, equine, canine, small engine, outdoor ed, and pheasant. Their members all fulfill their 4-H membership requirements by participating in public speaking, multi-judging, community service, project records, fundraising, and attending additional club meetings, as well as some really cool learning opportunities. What I do think is really neat is I sit here, I look around the ring, and I see families that have been here for probably the last 25 to 30 years. I see family names like Latimer and Doran, Sandy, McDermott, Elukes, Rosenkis. Families that have been a part of this club for so many generations. I see grandparents that have sat in those stands 30 years ago. And we see, the third and fourth generation of kids that are participating in 4-H. And we're so thrilled to have them as staying in the program and certainly here at the Achievement Day. So a little hat is off to you and certainly to the Eco 4-H Club.
So whoever lined this class up on me that was a mean trick. There's 3 steers that I still haven't figured out which one more I'm going to put in line, that they're all different, but they're all good. So I'm going to put one here after I comment on the others, when I hopefully figure out which one it's going to be. So these 2 steers on the end, the red and the black, same story. Great potential in these steers, just they don't have any cover on the ribs today, so they won't make the kill grades. But the potential is good. Good pair of steers, they just need a lot of days on feed yet. This steer has slightly more, this black steer here, however, same story. He just needs a lot of days on feed to go any further today. Very interesting gray calf. When he maxes his potential, he'd be a standout. Lots of length on the steer. He's very stylish. He's got room to go. Same thing. He needs some more days on feed, but a very good steer. And then we're back here. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put, well, actually, I don't know yet. Here's my dilemma. We got a big, powerful, long-bodied, high-yielding type steer here. This son of a gun is huge. I don't often run into the problem where we run into a potential weight problem for a carcass. The steer's pushing it. I think he's going to be fine, but tremendous steer. Then we're dealing with a smaller statured black steer here. Could be as stylish as any we've seen today. He's got the muscle. He's long-bodied. He's just tremendous. Very, very stylish. Clean up front. He's going to yield like the Dickens. Just a good kind of steer. Got a baldy steer up here. Possibly the best finished steer in this pen of calves. Lots of depth of rib in him. His grade, carcass grade, will be outstanding. Perhaps he could be a little square over the top. For that reason, I'm going to set you into this hole here. We're going to advance them 2 steers over there. Okay, my bad. I've been scolded. I forgot we got to place these all the way to the top. So we're right back to my dilemma. And a dilemma I have. Anybody want to help? I'm going to put this black steer in second place. I'm going to go with that great big powerful steer on first.
Well, congratulations to our intermediate champion is entry 83, Maya Aluk with her Angus Cross steer, and our reserve intermediate champion steer entry 87, Cale Hamilton with his Angus influence steer. So those 2 will be advancing to our overall club championship level. Third in class, entry 43, Lewis Latimer with his Angus influence. Fourth in class, entry 74, Maya Rosinski with her Charlet Angus. Fifth in class, entry 25, Tristan McPhee with his Angus influence. Sixth in class, entry 78, Darren Walker with his Angus influence. And seventh in class, entry 36, Dax Walker with his Angus influence. And just for the record, I didn't scold Judge Skeels. I may have subtly suggested. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Heart and Hustle. So congratulations to that kid for literally having the biggest heart and the biggest muscle. Let's put our hands together for the Walker kid. And I think Garth Doran was a bit of a hero in the marshalling area there too. Our next class is class number 18, our senior 4-H members with steers. We do have 3 in this class. If you're marking your show program, we do have a scratch. Please scratch entry 34. Entry 34 is a scratch. Judge Skeels, you have 3 entries in your senior steer class. Comments on our senior steer class from Judge Skeels.
This class, we've got 3 good steers, and they're all just a touch on a different side. We got a black steer down in 3rd place. The steer's going to catch a grade. He's got enough cover on him. But to move any further today, I'd just like to see a little more power to the steer, just a little more beef in the bun there. But a good steer. There's nothing wrong with your calf at all. Be proud of him. 2nd place, I'm going with the red Baldy steer. When he walked in, I thought he didn't have enough cover on him. You get your hands on him. The steer, I do believe, will catch a grade. But I would like to see some more days on feed to meet that steer's potential. On 1st place, I'm going to go with his big, powerful yellow steer. He's a contender. He's awfully good. He's as stylish as they come, long-bodied. Look at the muscle in him. This steer is going to yield like crazy. Very correct. Just a super powerful steer. Congratulations to all 3 of you.
Thank you, Judge Skeels. So your senior champion steer, entry 29 from Ashton McDermott with his Simmental Influence steer, will be advancing to the next class here. So please make sure that you just head on over to the marshalling area. You'll be coming right back in. Our reserve senior champion steer, entry 53 from Pacey Sparks with his Angus Influence, and 3rd in class, entry 89, Joseph Rimmer with his Sim Angus Influence steer. All of our class champions were receiving awards sponsored by Eagle Eye Heavy Duty. That's Nick Fisher, our volunteer Ringman. So thank you, Nick, for your sponsorship in the steer division. Our next class in will be class number 19. It is our top 2 from each of our junior, intermediate, and senior steer classes. We'll give our marshals just a moment or two to arrange that class, but that is our next class, folks, our champion steer. Representing our junior division, our champion steer, entry 59 from Haley Pipke with her Simmental Influence steer was your junior champion. Your reserve junior champion from Jet Doran with his Simmental Influence was your reserve junior champion steer. From the intermediate division, Maya Aluk, entry 83 with her Angus Influence steer was your champion intermediate. And reserve champion intermediate, the entry from Cale Hamilton, entry 87 with his Angus Influence steer. And most recently from the senior division, your class winner from Ashton McDermott with his Simmental Influence was entry 29, and reserve senior champion steer entry 53, Pacey Sparks with his Angus Influence steer. So ladies and gentlemen, this is your Grand Champion steer lineup. There is a beautiful buckle sponsored by Future Ag, a banner sponsored by Rocky Mountain Equipment, and a trophy sponsored by Westview Co-op, all being awarded to our Grand Champion steer. Our reserve Grand Champion steer is receiving a banner from Reese Agri Holdings and a trophy sponsored by Jim Walker Memorial. If there is representatives from each of those 5 sponsors for our championship class, we'd invite you to come to the awards table where Jody Farr and Miss Rodeo's Sundry, Kaylee Shantz, is sitting. They will arrange you for the presentation of the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Eagle Beef Steer. And with that, we're going to have comments on this really impressive set of steers in his Grand Champion class. Judge Stan Skeels.
I believe I've commented on all the steers, so I won't go through that any further. I'm very proud of the steers you guys have in here. I think each and every one of them is a champion in its own right. Excellent steers. But beyond that, I'd like to personally congratulate every member in here that brought a project in. This very aggressive club. I see everything down here. There's lots going on. Congratulations, and please help me in doing so to every member involved in this club. So at this point, I'm just going to go, I will select my champion first, followed by the reserve. I'd like each and every one of you kids to remember this today. It's my opinion. I'm going to pick the steers which have the most appeal to myself. Hold your head up high if you're not one of the top 2, because you've got excellent steers. Later on, like I say, somebody else will put you right on top. But today I'm going to pick the 2 that I prefer myself. As I say, champion first, I'll follow by my reserve.
Your champion goes to the junior exhibitor from our very first class. Congratulations, Haley Pipke is your 2022 Grand Champion Eagle 4-H Beef Club champion. And your reserve goes to the senior exhibitor, Ashton McDermott, with his Simmental influences reserve. Ashton and Haley, your 2 champions here at the Eagle 4-H Club Achievement Day. Thank you to Future Ag, Rocky Mountain Equipment, and Westview Co-op, the presenting sponsors for our Grand Champion steer, and our reserve champion steer, Reese Agri Holdings and Jim Walker Memorial. Congratulations to Ashton and Haley. We're just going to take a couple moments break. We're going to invite Judge Stan Skeels to accompany the 2 champions to the official photo backdrop and grab that amazing picture. We'll ask our Miss Rodeo Sundry, Kaylee Shantz, to take her ribbon presenters and head on over to the picture backdrop. Folks, we'll be right with you in just a few moments. Our next class in the ring will be class number 20. It'll be the market heifer class, followed by the beef carcass class, and then we are taking a break for lunch. So we have 2 more classes before lunch, our market heifer class and the beef carcass class. If you're ringside, we're just waiting for our official judge to finish with the photos at the official photo backdrop. And when that is complete, we'll be ready to go with class number 20, our market heifer class. Okay, folks, we're ready to go now. Our judge, Stan Scales, is making the walk back. Class number 20, we're ready to go. Our market heifer and novice class. Class number 20. So this is a very unique class. This is class number 20. We actually have ideally two separate entries in this class. We have a market heifer that is exhibited by entry 19, Brooklyn Van Sickle. And I'm going to read you a little bit about the heifer. And then we also have entry 54, which is Molly McPhee, showing a calf. And she is a junior member that is a novice. So each of these girls is actually competing against themselves in two really unique and wonderful classes. So let me tell you a little bit about entry number 19, Brooklyn Van Sickle's heifer. She is a purebred Hereford heifer that is a straight-horned pedigree. Registration papers will be transferred to the new owner after she sells this project in the sale tonight. Miss Zam is the daughter of one of Brooklyn's top producing proven mature cows. She is a long, deep-bodied, very sound cow with loads of pigment, excellent feet, and a good udder. She raised a herd sire used at Rafter W Ranch, as well as a high-selling son that Brooklyn sold at the Medicine Hat Bull Sale this spring. They have also retained her daughters in herd. They are good mums that milk well. The sire of 132J, this heifer that's leading out this class, is a home-raised bull with maternal strength. He passes on great disposition, udder quality, and longevity. This heifer is bred to their newest herd sire, U. Kingsley 0121H. He was recently purchased from Van Newkirk Herefords in Oshkosh, Nebraska. This bull has a low birth weight with extreme performance and exceptional EPDs. To top it all off, this heifer that Brooklyn is showing has been successfully ultrasounded and is due to calve on January 26th, 2023. So not only are you're essentially buying a 2-in-1 at the sale tonight. This is a really, really cool opportunity and a really neat thing that Brooklyn is doing. If you have some questions and you would like to talk to Brooklyn about this genetic opportunity, please do so after the show. You have a wonderful opportunity to access some really neat Hereford genetics. So our hat is off to you, Brooklyn, for a really neat project that you have here in what is classified as a market heifer, when in reality, she's a really cool replacement female that someone can purchase today at the sale. So with that, Judge Stan Scales is going to give an exciting set of comments on a very diverse class.
We have a couple of very keen members here. Somebody's going to have a tremendous opportunity to buy a top-end Hereford female tonight. I wish you all the luck, because by look of the heifer, the quality of the heifer, you're going to be extremely pleased with your purchase. Congratulations on you raising that female. Young lady down there, we've got a young member that's pretty keen on this, and she's going to be an outstanding member for years to come. Looks like she's having a good time showing that calf, and she's done an impeccable job. Congratulations to you both.
Thank you, Judge Scales. So taking home a red ribbon for her market heifer is the entry from Brooklyn Van Sickle, entry number 19. And also, congratulations to our novice entry, entry 54, Molly McPhee. Congratulations, Molly. You did an excellent job. Again, if you're interested in this exciting genetic package, please talk to Brooklyn after the show. Our next class before we break for lunch is class number 21. So I'm going to ask Chris Giffen if he could come into the ring. Class number 21 is our beef carcass class. Potentially one of the most exciting and relevant classes that we have today is one where our 4-H members have gone the extra mile and been able to not only select but feed what they believe is going to be a superior carcass product. So often with our market steers is the kids sell the steers and the families don't necessarily get the feedback on exactly how those animals graded or what was unique and wonderful and ways that they could improve, whether it was their quality grade or their yield grade. And so often that information is missed. So here today to give us a really terrific rundown of the carcass class is Chris Giffen. Chris has 35 years of experience in the meat industry, not only as a past certified grader, but also as a trainer and building capacity in the meat processing industry. So Chris, we are thrilled to have you today. There's a cordless mic here where Chris is going to run down the 3 entries in class 21, the beef carcass class. So if you want to know more about the product that we enjoy on a daily basis, and for the kids to have a really great, profound understanding of how their steers did, please draw your attention to the ring. Mr. Chris Giffen, class number 21.
Thank you very much. It was great. It was a great privilege to process the animals, the carcass class. They were all 3 fantastic carcasses. They were all 3 very different. So we're going to go through a few things and just talk about what makes good for certain markets. There's definitely some benefits for selling to a local market or selling to the large packer. So what we're trying to do is pick a carcass based on the Canadian grading standards and also from a meat industry perspective. Well, what is going to sell and what is going to help with the consumers? So I'll just go through. You guys did a great job. Just going to go through in the order that they were processed and just talk a little bit about them. I have some pictures for you and some things to see as you're assessing your carcass. When we're grading and when we're looking, what we're wanting is we're wanting the animal to be youthful. We're wanting a nice bright red color. We want quite a bit of marble, as much marble as possible with a little bit of fat cover. We don't want excessive fat, and then we're measuring the yield, and the yield being the cutability from the carcass, the amount that we actually have as retail cuts. So fortunately, the grading standards changed in 2019. Instead of measuring the lean of a carcass, it's actually the cutability percentage of the carcass. So it includes some fat down to a retail cutting standard. So we'll start with Cale. Cale Hamilton had a steer that dressed 1,050 pounds. So it was a big carcass, really big carcass. It was really nice. It had slight marble and a muscle score of 4, so which is quite high, meaning it was quite a long ribeye, quite a wide ribeye, beautiful carcass, and a fat grade of 7, so a little bit heavy on the fat on the external, but still very nice white fat, very beautiful carcass. So when I looked at it, I decided it was in a double A with a yield 2. So that made it 50.3% retail cutability, so quite high, so beautiful carcass. So, and then Evan Mueller had a beautiful carcass again, 1,068 pounds, so quite a large carcass. Had slight marble, so again, put it into the AAA standard. Muscle score of 4, a fat grade of 6, and a 50.9% retail cutability. So that was the fat grade, with the fat grade being a little less fat on the outside. Still beautiful fat cover, but just a little less. Made it more cutability, more saleable meat, less waste when it went to cutting. But beautiful carcass. So Pacey's animal, Pacey Sparks, had a carcass that dressed 872 pounds. Had trace marbling, a muscle score of 4, so the ribeye was quite large again, quite nice. Fat grade of 3, so it still had a nice fat cover, but really nice, not as much waste, quite good. With the marble, I decided it was a single A with a yield grade 1, and that was a 52.8% retail cutability, so very high cutability on that one. Beautiful. From when we look at the meat industry and we're looking at what is traditionally selling, there's close to 3 million cattle slaughtered in Alberta every year. With that, we're going for some of towards the AAA, preferably yield grade 1. Larger carcasses, the average carcass in the last few months has been about 920 pounds. From a small meat processing perspective, or if we're marketing products, if we're marketing it direct to consumer, we like a little bit lighter carcass. We can take a single A and turn that into a really nice product if we're selling a side of beef, because it keeps our dollar value to the customer down a little bit. It's 200 pounds less in a carcass. We can sell them the package for significantly less money, about $800 less. So it really depends on what market you're going after. So all three had a fantastic output. Between Evan and Cale's, there was a 1 foot, Evan's was a foot longer hanging than the rest. Full foot. The two were 8 feet, and Evans was 9 feet long. A little bit of that was leg, but a lot of that was in the loin, so that's really good as well. With that said, I know it's leading up to lunch, so we'll hurry up, but I'd say third place, we'll go to Pacey Sparks. Second place to Cale Hamilton. And that's first place to Evan Mueller.
Special thank you to Chris Giffen for giving those kids a really terrific rundown of industry standards and, of course, more specifically, their carcass merit on the 3 individuals. So if you're marking your show program again, your champion beef carcass goes to Evan Mueller, your reserve champion beef carcass to Cale Hamilton, and 3rd place to Pacey Sparks. Excellent job, fellas. And thank you again to Chris Giffen for your time, talent, and treasury in the grading industry. With that, we're going to release the folks to enjoy lunch brought to you by Brandt. So thank you to Brandt for sponsoring lunch. And we're going to get started back up here, I believe, at about 1:45. So we've got about 30 to 45 minutes, and we'll get started with our Cleaver program at 1:45. So we're about 3 minutes away from starting our Pee-wees, 2 to 3 minutes away from starting our Pee-wee project. Sorry, not Pee-wee, Cleaver. Our Cleaver project. My bad. There's other shows that call them Pee-wees. I don't know why they call them Pee-wees. They're Cleavers. But anyway. We are so delighted to have the next generation of Cleavers that are going to showcase their skill and ability. But I have a little story to tell you that will fill a little bit of time till our Cleaver leader, Brody, has his classes completely organized. So my last year in 4-H would have been 1996. I was the Premier's Award winner in 1995, and I stayed an extra year because our club, the Eagle 4-H Club, had an unbelievable Pee-wee program that we would have somewhere in the neighborhood of a dozen or more Cleaver kids in 4-H before Cleavers were cool. So we were a little bit trailblazing of the day, and we had these Cleavers that showed a huge interest in the livestock industry, and certainly they had an interest in the beef project. So some of those Pee-wees in 1994, 1995, 1996 were names like Brody Gardner and Tyson Gardner and Amy Richardson, and I think there might have been a McDermott. Anyway, there was a lot of really cool families that started in the Eagle 4-H Club through the Cleaver Project. So I think it's particularly cool to pay it forward that 25 years later, here is Brody and Justine and their peers in the 4-H Club bringing the next generation of kids through the Cleaver program. So this is a really great recruitment tool, and certainly something that pulls on the heartstrings of parents and grandparents and aunties and uncles and siblings and so on that really enjoy getting behind the future development of these great kids. So with a thumbs up from Brody, I believe that we are getting ready to go with the Cleaver program. And if anyone's following along in your program, we are starting promptly at 1:45, not a minute late. That's how we do it here in the Cow Palace. So we have 3 different projects that the Cleavers have done. Actually, there's sort of 4, but 3 livestock ones. So the first group that you'll see in the ring will likely be the sheep kids, and then there's beef kids, and then we had one 4-H equine project. Our equine girl is actually showing a lamb today so that all of the Cleavers can compete together. But they've done an amazing job, and kudos to Brody for his leadership in the Cleaver program. And I think, Brode, if you want to throw the cordless mic in your back pocket whenever you have a moment that you want to talk a little bit about the Cleavers, we'll pass it over to you. But folks, we're getting started here with Class 22, the Cleaver class.
Awesome. Thank you, Tracy. So we're super excited to have our beef Cleavers going to come in first. And a lot of the intrigue of these Cleaver members this morning is a lot of their 4-H classmates came, and I see they're back again. So a lot of the similar classmates that these guys would spend every day with at school came to watch some of their little buddies show their calves and show their lamb projects. So that's super exciting. Thank you guys for coming out this afternoon. We really appreciate it. Our Cleaver members learn so much throughout the year. So they join in the meetings right off the bat, and they're a part of a lot of the opening and the welcomes that we have through the start of the meeting. But then we go to our Cleaver room and we learn really neat stuff throughout the whole entire year. We learned a lot about evaluation of livestock. We learned byproducts of our animals and some of the things that our animals make up when they're added into the food chain. Our Cleaver members, we played a lot of games this year, a lot of games in our little room, which was super fun. And these are our beef members. coming in here right now. So our cleavers range in age from predominantly 6 to 8 years of age, and they're younger than the junior age to be in 4-H, but we want to encourage them to be a part of the 4-H program, so these kids are super keen. They get to learn for a lot of years before they're a 4-H, like a registered 4-H member, so it's awesome that they get a lot of the skills, learning, and the tools before they're even the proper age. At the front of the class, we have Callan Gardner with her Angus heifer. And then we have Cash McPhee, and he's borrowing a Hereford heifer, that a Hereford calf from the Van Sickle family. The Van Sickle family has donated quite a few calves for today, so we really, really appreciate that, and the kids are helping out. So that is Cash's project. Next we have Colt. So a fun fact about Colt, we were asking all the kids his project's names, and Colt told us that his project's name is K300. And what that stands for is that's the numbering system that a lot of producers use to numerically number their calves throughout the year. So Colt's still working on a really fun name, but for right now, that's K300. Hiller's calf is next. Hiller has a Black Angus heifer calf named Bardolia. That's a cow family at his place. Then we have Jaden McQuaid. Jaden is very quiet in our room when we're visiting about our projects and about all the cleaver activities, but nobody has a bigger smile and is kinder than Jaden. And we really, really appreciate Jaden coming out. And then to round off our set of beef members, we have Matea or Maddie Black. Maddie had an older sister with a steer earlier this morning in the steer show. Maddie has a really cute little black baldy heifer calf. And she's got some spunk. I think she has some spunk because she's very similar to Maddie. So our cleavers were a part of a lot of the other activities. Most of our cleavers have older members in the club. So our cleavers got to be a part of absolutely everything that our juniors, our junior older members got to be a part of. They were at Mock Achievement Day. They helped throughout a lot of the activities, a lot of our canvassing and marketing days. Our cleaver members were right with them the whole time. And we like to teach these kids right from a very young age about the 4-H program.
Brody, as the cleaver leader for the Eagle 4-H Cleaver Project, what's the thing that makes you the most proud on Achievement Day with respect to what you look forward to with the cleavers coming in as a 9-year-old? What is your most inspiring reason for being here today?
Trace, I really like that these cleavers get to learn the skills at a young age. When we have some members that join 4-H at a later age, they come in with skills that are not as advanced as maybe some of their other age demographic people would be. So for our kids to start at the grassroots at a very, very young age, they have the ability to gain the knowledge at a very, very quick pace and come in super advanced when they're able to help out the rest of their members when they're 9 and 10 years of age.
So Brody asked a sponsor to come on board and support his idea of giving a little something to every one of the cleaver kids. And so he happened to ask his sister, and his sister said, "Excellent, give me a color, a theme, and a budget, and how much can we buy?" So it was really a great opportunity to reward each of their efforts. So although the class isn't necessarily placed, I think that they all get the proverbial red ribbon. But they've also got some really cute buckets that are going to be presented to them that have a combination of candy, because obviously the kids need more sugar on a day like today, and especially as a non-parent, the more sugar the better that we give them, I believe. And so there's also some fun activities and some show supplies that will hopefully keep them attracted into showing livestock again next year.
So if everybody could put their hands together for our Cleaver-sponsored Gardner Livestock. And with that, we are going to have our Beef Cleaver members come around and do a parade, and then we're going to exit. And if all of you Cleavers could tie your calves up and then come back in and watch our Sheep Cleaver members as well. Okay? So you guys parade on out, and we will get those calves tied up. So once again, Callan Gardner, Cash McPhee, Colt Sandy, Hiller Gardner, Jaden McQuaid as she hangs on tough, and Maddie Black. And now we're going to bring in our Cleaver Sheep members. And we're going to start with Cassidy Wood. Cassidy and her family showed this morning in the sheep show. She has some older siblings in the sheep show this morning. Younger brother Carson is following behind. And then we have, this is Nathan. And I got to tell you guys, Nathan is easily our most energetic member in our Cleaver room at every meeting. Nathan asks more questions, has more stories, has more jokes than anybody else. So Nathan keeps us laughing every single night. And then we have our equine member. Now, Georgia, that doesn't look like your horse. So Georgia showed yesterday across the road when we had our horse and hound event over there with so we're a multi-club. For anybody that doesn't know, we're very, very eclectic. And I think, and I hope I say this right, all of our moms out there, we have 7 projects, I believe. And yesterday was our equine and canine portion of our Achievement Day / Achievement Weekend. So Georgia brought her horse over, so today she wanted, and we wanted Georgia to be a part of it as well. So today Georgia's borrowing a lamb. And what a beautiful black lamb Georgia has. So these are our Sheep Cleaver members, if you guys would put your hands together for them as well. At the start of the year, when we had our organizational meetings, funny story about the Cleavers, my wife was unable to attend the 4-H meeting at the start of the year, and she looked at me when we were walking out of the house and she said, "Don't volunteer for anything." And she sent a text to a bunch of her friends and she said, "Don't let Brody volunteer for anything." So when we come back home that night, I said, "Hun, I'm helping with the Cleavers." So I listened to her really, really well, as most husbands do, right? But I could not have done what we did as a Cleaver group without the 2 amazing volunteers that helped us throughout the year. Corey Black, and Corey's around here. Corey, give a fun wave. Oh, more than that. Do like some handstands or something amazing. Thanks, Corey. Corey helped out throughout the year as well, and so did Carrie Ann McQuaid. And Carrie's around here somewhere. Carrie's the one who's running marathons and really fast today. Yeah. Can you do some jumping jacks for us? Not today. So we had a lot of volunteers that helped throughout the year, but those are the two ladies that helped me a lot this year and were really, really beneficial to all of us. Thank you, absolutely. You betcha. So same, when we got together at our meetings, we asked the kids a lot of questions throughout the year. What would you guys like to learn? We talked about some multi-judging attributes that we talked to throughout the year. I know one of our first meetings, Corey and I brought some workout sheets that had body parts, and we talked about a lot of anatomy. Our kids are so advanced in some of the tips that they already know about, and a lot of the anatomy of all species. We talked about equine, we talked about pigs, sheep, beef, cattle, and our kids are so smart. So we're super, from an Eagle Beef and Multi-Club standpoint, we're really excited moving forward for this group of young Cleaver members to be full-fledged juniors moving forward. And that is our sheep Cleaver members. One more time, a round of applause. Thank you guys so much. Now, our sheep members, if you guys could put your lambs back and then meet all of the beef kids at the backdrop, we're going to have a fun photo with our sponsor. Thank you all very, very much. As they lead out, we're going to start again with Cassidy Wood, and then younger brother Carson, our resident comedian Nathan. Nathan always has a big smile. And then Georgia. Awesome. Thank you guys all very much, and we're super excited to have an amazing female show the rest of the afternoon.
Okay, we're going to get started with our yearling heifer class, number 23. Leading off our class is number 19, Brooklyn Van Sickle with her Hereford heifer. Coming in next is going to be Paige Van Sickle, number 96, with her Hereford heifer. Following in is Joseph Rimmer, number 89, with his Angus and Simmental cross heifer. Maya Luke will be in next with number 83 and her Angus cross heifer. Lewis Latimer is entering the ring with his Angus heifer, number 43 on his back. Miles Van Sickle enters number 71 with his Hereford heifer. And rounding out our class will be Lexi Sandy, number 73 with her Simmental cross heifer. Your class is complete. This year, our banner sponsor is Anderson Bred Heifers. Scott puts a really nice package of bred heifers together. They usually sell late in the fall into the winter. If you're looking for bred heifers, Scott is your guy. Really nice pen of bred heifers that he'll put together.
So we're so delighted to have you joining us here in our second half of the 4-H day. This is Class 23 Yearling Heifers. We do have a scratch in this class, scratch 89. And of course, we welcome back our official judge, Stan Skeels of Rimby, who adjudicated our steer section. So thank you, Mr. Skeels, for giving the time for our Eagle 4-H Club and adjudicating the quality side of our beef project. Of course, we had our judge, Alan Brakey, was here earlier this morning for the sheep. But I have another introduction I would like to make to you today. Sitting beside me on the announcer stand is the president of Olds Regional Exhibition, Mr. James Carpenter. And James has been with the organization for a few years, but is certainly no stranger to Central Alberta. He has a real passion for agriculture, agri-commerce, economic development, and more than anything, providing terrific opportunities for youth. So James, tell us a little bit about what pulls on your heartstrings here at the 4-H show, celebrating the Eagle 4-H Club.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's so good to be here, and welcome to the Olds Regional Exhibition. And I just want to say, as a dad of 4 children, there's nothing that makes me happier than to see my 6-year-old, who calls herself the chicken boss. And if we go out too early in the morning to get the eggs, she actually has a breakdown over it. And so I loved watching the young ones getting their prizes, and I just love how youth are engaged in agriculture. And I want to tell you, encourage you, the rebuild of Alberta is going to come through agriculture. And you folks are at the forefront, and you're raising up the next generation. So it's just great to be here, and thank you so much for being a part of Olds Regional Exhibition with your program.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can put your hands together for President James Carpenter. Thank you so much, James. Another little tidbit of information we're really proud of here in the Cow Palace is the commitment to youth and broadcasting youth across the globe. I introduced Jill Renton earlier this morning, but thank you to Jill representing DLMS, who are our official broadcaster here at Olds Regional Exhibition. And right now, this very minute, we have nearly 30 unique logins watching this female show. So what a terrific opportunity for you guys to share all the great things that the Eagle 4-H Club is doing and celebrating, and certainly saluting their achievement and excellence. So thank you once again to DLMS. They have a huge level of resources committed to making sure that 4-H is broadcast to everyone who's interested, including sponsors. So thank you again to Jill Renton on behalf of DLMS for broadcasting this show around the world. And with that, we'll have comments on our yearling heifer class from Judge Stan Skeels.
I apologize for taking so long. Heifers for me are harder to judge than steers, and I'm going to simply tell you why. When we're judging steers, we're selling red meat. We're looking for a steer that meets the needs for today's industry. We're ripping the hide off and we're hanging a carcass. We know what we're looking for. When we get into the females, ultimately I'm looking for the female that's going to raise me that champion steer back there. But we're guessing because we're assuming what we're going to have here or what they're going to raise. A lot can happen between now and when they wean their first calf. There's not a bad heifer in the ring here. You guys have all done an excellent job. Very, very powerful set of heifers. I think you guys should all be very proud of them. Congratulations to y'all. But I'm going to give you the reasons why I placed them how I have. I'm looking for a female which is going to be moderate type female, which is going to raise that big powerful calf. I want a low maintenance type female. So the red heifer here I'm going to put in 6th place. Big frame heifer, she's probably going to go out and be a tremendous cow. I'll bet she's going to be outstanding. She is going to be a large frame female. I would like to see just a touch more thickness to her, but she's a ripper. I'd be proud to own her. Next heifer in line is this long-bodied Hereford heifer, just an outstanding heifer in her own right. I'd like to see a little more volume to her, perhaps. She's really deep in the flank. She's probably deeper. She's probably deceiving because she's so long. Just an excellent heifer, but I would like to see a little more depth to her. The black heifer just pulling in line here. The reason I placed her here, I love the heifer till I get to her front feet. I would like to see a touch better front foot on this female. We want these cows to get out. We want them to raise 10, 12 calves. She'll probably be fine, but to me, I'd just like to see a little stronger front foot, but an excellent heifer. Black blaze face heifer, another tremendous female here. It's pretty hard to pick a hole in. I would like to straighten out her top. Just gives up a little bit of smoothness over the quarter, but an excellent heifer. Be proud to put her in the herd. Then we get into a red heifer I'm putting in 2nd place. This heifer she's a Mayborn, so she is a young heifer. So the power in that heifer, the performance in that heifer is outstanding. Long-bodied, very feminine type heifer. I can't fault her. I like her a bunch. However, I am going to put her in 2nd, and I'm going to go with this black white face heifer up front. Just overall, I appeal to myself. I just love the way she's put together. She's very well balanced, very smooth. Depth, a quarter to her, lots of volume, easy fetching kind of female. She gets out, travels well. She's walking on a tremendous set of legs and feet. Congratulations to you all. You've got a tremendous set of females.
Thank you, Judge Skeels. So your champion yearling heifer and receiving the banner sponsored by Anderson Bred Heifers and trophy sponsored by Ken and Sheila McDermott of Torbay Farms is going to the entry number 19, Brooklyn Van Sickle with her Hereford Influence heifer, and your reserve champion yearling heifer going to the entry from Paige Van Sickle and a banner sponsored by World Class Contracting is her Hereford Influence female, entry 96. 3rd in class, entry 83, Maya Iluk with her Angus Influence. 4th in class, entry 43, Lewis Latimer with his Angus. Fifth in class, entry 71, Miles Van Sickle with his Hereford. And entry 73 was sixth in this class, Lexi Sandy with her Simmental Cross. Our next class into the ring will be our 2-year-olds, Judge Skeels. There is 2 entries in this class, 2 entries of 2-year-olds. And with a little extra deliberation, we'll now have comments on his 2-year-old cow-calf pairs class from Judge Skeels.
We have a pair of excellent females in here. They're obviously a little different style from each other, but both phenomenal in their own rights. I'm going to start the class with this powerful black female up top. That cow is just, she's a smoking good cow. I love her. She's a tremendous, perfect square under her. This cow gets out, she travels, she moves like a cat. Very correct in her legs, very nice foot on her. She's smooth, she's very attractive, and she's got a powerhouse of a calf. January calf, but I mean, holy smokes, that little cow is doing quite a job. So not to take anything away from second place, but that Hereford calf is a couple months younger. So I mean, that is an excellent calf in its own right. He's a March calf, length of body. That cow is doing a great job as well. Bigger frame cow, obviously, that little Hereford cow, but she's a tremendous female with a world of potential. She's going to probably last for years. I would like to just square up her udder just a touch. That's the one thing I see on her is, I'm picking hairs because she's a tremendous female, but if we could square up that udder a touch, we might go a little further. But today, I don't think we can top the black one. I think she's the one I'm going to put on top today. Congratulations to you both.
Thank you, Stan. So your champion 2-year-old pair goes to the entry from Ella Latimer with entry 57 with her Angus 2-year-old pair. Congratulations, Ella. You'll be advancing to the championship female round in just 2 classes' time. Your reserve 2-year-old champion pair from Brooklyn Van Sickle with her Hereford pair, entry 19. Congratulations to the 2 girls on your 2 champions in the 2-year-old cow-calf pair class. Next up, we have our class 25. This is our 3-year-old cow-calf pairs. And Judge Scales, you should have 3 entries in this class. 3 entries. And with that, we'll have comments on Class 25, our 3-year-old cow-calf pairs from Judge Stan Skeels.
So in this class, when we started on the females, I suggested I find them tougher. I mean, I'm going to put in third place this black cow. If this black cow had the condition of the other cows, different story. She's got the youngest calf in here. It's an excellent calf. The cow is a little under condition. She looks a little rougher, but you know, she's probably going to be fine. The one thing I would like to change on her if I could is I would like to give her a little stronger udder. I'm just a little concerned about it lasting. I hope she makes it for years for you, and she probably will. But that's the one thing I'd like to change today. Second place, I'm going to go with this big Hereford. She's a tremendous looking female. What I criticize her is that back right foot. I'd like to have her walk a little stronger on that, stand up a little straighter on that. I think she's got a little too much set in that ankle, and I'm a little concerned about that standing up on her. But that's she's a good cow. Same thing. I hope she lasts for years, and I'm sure she probably will. First place, I'm going to take the Hereford on the end here. Nice kind of female. To be critical, I would like to straighten out her udder, not straighten it out, but I'd like to drop them front quarters, give her a little stronger udder on her. But other than that, she's an excellent female as well. Nice size cow, good condition. She's got a nice calf at side. So congratulations to all three.
Thank you, Judge Scales. So your champion 3-year-old cow-calf pair is entry 96 from Paige Van Sickle with her Hereford pair. Second in place, entry 19, Brooklyn Van Sickle with her Hereford pair. She's going to be your reserve champion 3-year-old. And those two have advanced to our championship class, which is next. So the girls will just meet our yearling and 2-year-old division winners from the 2 previous classes. And in third place, entry 32, Cole Mueller with his Black Angus cross female. So our next class into the ring will be class number 26. This is our club champion female division. And of course, we'd like to just provide a special shout out to MHR Law, who is our buckle sponsor for our Grand Champion female. A special thank you to Eagle Ridge Cemetals as a banner sponsor, and the Tom Wilsey Memorial Trophy will also be presented. Our Reserve Champion female banner is sponsored by Diamond Tea Cattle Company, and the trophy sponsored by the Ira Roberts Memorial, the Richardson family. So if we have any representation from those 5 sponsors, if they could go to the awards table, Jody Farr would be delighted to line you up with Miss Rodeo Sundry, Kaylee Shantz, to do the official presentation in this next class, the champion female class. So parading in from our first division in the yearling heifer show is our class winner, Brooklyn Van Sickle with her Hereford heifer, entry 19. Our reserve champion yearling heifer from Paige Van Sickle, entry 96 with her Hereford female. From the 2-year-old division, we have special congratulations for our 2-year-old champion exhibited by Ella Latimer, entry 57 with her Angus pair. And second in that 2-year-old class from Brooklyn Van Sickle with her Hereford pair, entry 19. And from our most recent 3rd and final female division, class number 25's champion, entry 96, Paige Van Sickle with her Hereford pair, and reserve 3-year-old female went to Brooklyn Van Sickle with her Hereford. Congratulations to our 6 champions as Judge Stan Skeels takes a few moments to deliberate on who he will present the Grand Champion buckle and banner to and reserve. And with that, comments on our championship class from Judge Stan Skeels.
Again, congratulations to every member that's brought a calf, a female, a steer, whatever you've got, be it a sheep, a goat, a rabbit, I don't care. 4-H is such a wonderful program. You'll quite likely get through it before you realize all the benefits that 4-H offers. In agriculture, we tend to get fairly well acquainted with our bankers. My banker tells me that when they're interviewing for positions in their branches, on their applications, if they have a 4-H member, they fast track those right to the top of the pile. That tells me a lot about what 4-H offers. So stick with this program. There's a lot to offer. So I've spoke with all these, commented about all these females. Not everybody's going to agree with me. I've already got a text from a so-called buddy by mouse wanting to know what I'm doing. But I am going to pick the ones I like. We have some tremendous females here. Congratulations again. I'll select my champion, followed by the reserve.
Ella Latimer is your club champion female with her purebred Angus 2-year-old pair. Congratulations, Ella. What an impressive pair they are. And of course, Ella will move forward to receive her special buckle, sponsored by MHR Law and banner from Eagle Ridge Cemeteries, Tom Wilsey Memorial Trophy. Oh, Ringman, can you come help Ella? I mean, Ella's totally got it. She's totally fine. Congratulations to our yearling champion. The entry from Brooklyn Van Sickle, she is your reserve champion. Congratulations, Brooklyn. What a run you've had in the female show. She is going to take home the banner sponsored by Diamond T Cattle Company and the trophy sponsored by the Ira Roberts Memorial, the Richardson family. Congratulations to our other division champions. What I would ask is if we can do our herd class before we take a quick break for the pictures. So if Brooklyn can have fellow 4-H members, in fact, they're all in there. I think they're all in the class. So if Brooklyn can do her Project Herd class, then we'll take a quick break and do official photos. and truly one of the most impressive classes of the day. We'll now have some brief comments from Judge Stan Skeels on what is likely among his last classes of the day on this outrageously big feat that this young member has accomplished this year.
The further we go in the show, the more confident I am I finally got one placed right. This member has done a pile of work to get this many cattle ready. I'm sure she's got some help from the rest of the members and such, so congratulations on doing a great job. Keep it up. Good future ahead of you.
Congratulations, Brooklyn. So taking home a banner sponsored by, let's put our hands together. A banner sponsored by Bar E Dairy Limited. Congratulations, Brooklyn. It might be the most impressive class win of the day. Congratulations to you. And we're just going to ask our 2 champion females to go back to the official backdrop with Kelly Latimer for your official photo. Judge Skeels, we would ask you to accompany them with all of the trophy and banners and loot so that we can make sure we get that official photo. Again, Ella Latimer and Brooklyn Van Sickle to the picture backdrop with your champion and reserve champion female. Folks, we're just going to take a couple moments break before we get started with showmanship. So top up your coffee cups, grab some iced tea, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes' time.
Reclaim your pathway with Roundup Advanced 5-liter ready-to-use pump and go. Control weeds on hard surfaces. Our extendable wand targets weeds with maximum accuracy. See results in 1 to 2 days and clear your path.
Ready to make savings a habit?
making that survey?
Yep, with Typeform.
Typeform?
Yeah, it's this really simple form.
Attention all exhibitors entered in class number 28, the junior showmanship for the beef division. You have 3 minutes until we will start our class promptly at 3 o'clock. 3 minutes. Just attention to our junior showmanship. Are we ready to go over there in the marshalling area? Junior beef exhibitors. I believe that we should have a number of juniors lined up ready to go in our junior showmanship in the beef section. We should have 6 of them over there. Tammy Gardner, can you come to the announcer stand, please? Tammy Gardner. I know Amanda Sandy was encouraging our junior showmanship class to be prompt, and we're a few minutes over. So as soon as you guys are ready, we're ready here in the show ring. So to all of our juniors that are in showmanship, Brody Gardner is your acting judge. So look at that handsome fella in center ring. He is your acting judge. So to our judges, Cash and Jill McCleary, there is 2 splits here in our showmanship junior division. We will have 7 entries in our next class. So there is 2 splits of junior beef showmanship. So the results are in, folks. We have our judges, Cash and Jill McCleary, have advanced 2 in no particular order. So we would congratulate entry 39, Raylan Sandy, and entry 84, Sarah McDermott, for advancing into our junior showmanship finals. Let's put our hands together for Raylan and Sarah. So Sarah, if you would like to parade off and exit this first split of Junior Beef Showman, that would be awesome. So Raylan Sandy and Sarah McDermott will be back to vie for the championship. Congratulations also to Haley Pipke, Sabella Black, Cassidy McQuaid, and Jenner Iluk. Our next class into the ring will be our second and final split of Junior Beef Showman. To our judges, there should be 7 entries in this class, 7 entries for our second and final split of Junior Showman. So if you're watching along in the stands, this is our second and final split of Junior Showman. Typically, our showmanship judges, Jill and Cash McCleary, are looking for showmen that have done a tremendous amount of work at home, actually, with training. You'll see that in the junior division, mostly it's all checking the boxes of fundamentals. So their animals are trained fairly well, and they have all the requisite equipment. They have a nice show halter that's on that fits appropriately. Their show stick and scotch comb is being used appropriately. And they have a fundamental understanding of how to set up their livestock that gives them the greatest advantage for making them look the best that they can look, given their conformational makeup. So our showmen have a lot of responsibility that doesn't just happen here in the show. It really does start at home. All right, folks, we have results from our second and final split. The two that are advancing to our showmanship final in the junior division is entry 57, Ella Latimer, and entry 71, Miles Van Sickle. So Ella Latimer and Miles Van Sickle are advancing to our junior showmanship final. Congratulations, guys. So Ella, if you would like, you can parade our championship class out, or whatever Brody tells you to do. So to reintroduce the top two in no particular order that advanced from our junior split one showmanship section, we would like to reintroduce to you coming into the ring first, entry 39, Raylyn Sandy in our junior division. And following her is entry 84, Sarah McDermott. And to reintroduce the two from our second junior split, entry 57, Ella Latimer, and entry 71, Miles Van Sickle. So our top junior showman prize is sponsored by Eluke Family. So if Jess or Ryan are handy to do that presentation, or any of the kids. And our reserve junior showman is sponsored by Westway Farms, the Hadways at Didsbury. So now to give comments on our Junior Beef Showman Champion Drive, please welcome Judge Jill McCleary. And before she gives her comments, we are going to invite all of our Junior Beef members to please come ringside. Your coach / leader / amazing mom / awesome volunteer, Amanda Sandy, would request that all of the juniors come up to the ring, please. Take it away, Jill. It's all your turn.
I'd just like to start by thanking the Eagle Beef 4-H Club for allowing my brother Cash and I to come out and judge showmanship today. It's really been an honor to go through these junior members. I guess when we looked at these showmanship really all starts at home. Getting your animal familiar with you, with the show stick, with the halter, moving around, maybe having your parents put their hands on the animal and making sure they stay calm. You know, the showmen that we picked for the junior showmanship champion, these were members that were very alert, they were very keen, they always had their eye on the judge. They combed their animals when Cash and I touched them. They were just stroking at a really nice, calm pace. The animal led well. They were just overall somebody that, Cash or I would, have on the halter of our animals. Also, I guess we're going to just comment a little bit on the grooming and training. We get into the summer, spring months, and cattle start to slick out. So just looking for the hair that was trained the best, maybe put some oil in it if it's a little flatter. The hair is clean and working the right direction. They're freshly clipped. The training, like I said, that's kind of all part of showmanship. The animal's calm and used to you and used to what you're doing with them. So I think with that, Cash is going to go out and select your champion, junior showman, and then your reserve.
Congratulations to Miles Van Sickle. He is your champion junior showman. Congratulations, Miles. Our lone fella out here amongst a bunch of girls. So congratulations, Miles, on your champion showman win here in the junior category. And Ella Latimer will be your reserve junior champion showman. Congratulations, Ella. You've made a few laps around, but you've handled that steer great. Congratulations to Miles and Ella, your junior and reserve junior champion. And they're going to take their pictures in the ring. Right, so next we're going to do junior grooming. So in junior grooming, first place went to Ella Latimer and second place to Sarah McDermott. Congratulations, our two groomers, both on the halter in the showmanship class. And in training, junior training goes to Ella Latimer and in first, and in second, Miles Van Sickle. Congratulations, guys. So Amanda Sandy and Carrie Ann Dorn are going to give out all of the grooming, training, and showmanship awards to the deserving juniors who have done an outstanding job. Way to go, everybody. And then our next class into the ring will be intermediates. So also make sure you've taken your appropriate headshot with your photo backdrop, official photographer Kelly Latimer, and our next class will be intermediates. So just a reminder to our intermediates, there should be 4 intermediates in our showmanship class. Your official judge is Brody Gardner, standing in center ring. So to our judges, Cash and Jill McCleary, you will have 8 intermediates in this class. Our top intermediate showmanship award is sponsored by Cosmopolitan, and second intermediate showman sponsored by Westway Farms again, the Hadways at Didsbury. So all of our top showmen today are taking first in class. All receive an official leather show halter that in the juniors was provided by Eluk family. So Ryan, Jess, and the crew. And in our intermediate and senior divisions, those show halters are sponsored by Cosmopolitan. So I see Miss Rodeo Canada over there holding some stock flags. And if anybody wants to know what to get Brody Gardner for a gift, Brody loves those sorting whips with the flags. They're terrific for getting ears when you're picturing livestock. I don't know what they're being given for prizes, but they are truly one of the most useful tools around the farm and ranch. So if you're looking for a great idea, that is a good one. But anyway, now we're going to have comments on our intermediate class from Judge Cash McCleary.
Well, I would first off just like to thank all the intermediates that took the time to bring some livestock into town today. It has been a very long day, and some of your guys' cattle are starting to get a little antsy, and I think it's just mainly important that you stay calm and collected, and no matter how much your animal wants to ring you around the ring, just stay looking representable and try and do the best you can. On that note, I guess I'd like to comment on the show halters. I've noticed that some of you have quite a long tail on your show halter, and when we're out here judging today, we would like to see them cut off just further, like a nice length that you don't have to coil them in your hand, for you don't have to get caught or anything in them, but also having it long enough that it looks representable still. When it comes to the latch on the show halter, we like to see the clip on the outside. So some of you have the clip touching or into the animal's jawline, which we classify that the wrong way, but it's just little things that you slowly pick up on. I think it's very important that it all starts at home, like my sister was saying, and just being able to stay calm in the ring and have your animal walk into their setup and look the best they always can look, no matter where the judge is. So with that, I guess Jill is going to go out and select the champion and then the reserved intermediate showman.
Congratulations to Lewis Latimer. He is your intermediate showman champion. Congratulations, Lewis, taking home the prize sponsored by Cosmopolitan, the show halter. Congratulations, Lewis. And Jill is now selecting our reserve champion intermediate showman. Taking home a prize sponsored by Westway Farms. Our reserve intermediate is next. Our reserve intermediate is Paige Van Sickle. Congratulations, Paige. Paige Van Sickle will be taking home the prize sponsored by Westway Farms. Congratulations to Lewis and Paige, your intermediate showman champion. And we'll ask those guys to exit the ring. Make sure. Oh, no. Don't exit the ring. Stay where you're. Sorry. My bad. Thank goodness for Amanda Sandy. So Amanda reminded me that this is the time where we give out our Intermediate Grooming Awards sponsored by BMO. And first place in intermediate goes to Lewis Latimer and second to Paige Van Sickle. So thank you to the grooming BMO prizes. We'll just give them a second. Yeah, put your hands together. So BMO is the sponsor for the training prize as well. And our judges, Jill and Cash McCleary. It's been a long day for the announcer, too. So we have a reverse and flip of our grooming. Paige Van Sickle will be your champion intermediate training, and Lewis Latimer will be reserve. So congratulations to Paige and Lewis, your two champions for grooming and training. And a big thank you to BMO. Also, I was remiss in thanking ATB in the junior section for the grooming and training prizes. My apologies, ATB. You're awesome. You always have been. You always will. My bad. They were the sponsor in the juniors. And with that, I think if Amanda gives us a nod, they will be able to collect their prizes en route out. Congratulations, intermediates. There's your champions, folks. Next class will be seniors. I am incredibly sorry to Miss Rodeo Sundry, Kaylee Shantz. I introduced her as Miss Rodeo Canada. But really, what's the difference? It's basically like, yeah, I know, but in our eyes, you're basically Miss Rodeo Canada. So I apologize for the whoops, but Miss Rodeo Sundry, Miss Rodeo Canada, meh, meh. It's the same. It's amazing. So to our judges, we do have an added entry in this senior showmanship division. You can add entry 32. Entry 32 will be an addition. So to our judges, there should be 6 entries in this class. 6 entries. We would ask our 2 champions from the junior showmanship, Miles and Ella, our 2 champions from intermediates, Lewis and Paige. You will want to be in the marshalling area as there is an overall showmanship award. So don't be far. This is also a terrific time to announce and remind all of our people watching the gold sponsors of the Eagle 4-H Achievement Day and their club throughout the year. We would like to acknowledge through the use of banners and signs along the ringside and mention in the show program, but we'd also like to thank Patterson Grain, Future Ag, World Class Contracting, RBC, Fortis, Connect First Credit Union, Copper Kettle Performance Horses and Canine, Trackside Sales and Service, Rafter W Ranch, Reese Agri Holdings, Mayton Farms, MHR Law, First Choice Sausage and Meats, Fred and Bonnie Bay, FCC, UFA, AFSC, Anderson Bred Heifers, Rocky Mountain Equipment, Blue Rock Animal Nutrition, Gardner Livestock, Master Feeds, Brandt, Westview Co-op, The Meat Chop, Outcast Oilfield Supplies, Rosinki Farms, Olds Import Sales, Unleashed Canine, Loyal Energy, Olds Regional Exhibition, Rose Hill Auction Services, Blake Willard, Thiessen and Associate, IG Wealth Management, Wood Seed Farm Limited, Diamond Tea Cattle Company, Remitol Farms, Tread Pro Tire Center, Dallas Farms, Red West Plumbing and Heating, Palliser Insurance, that's Jennifer Wood, McPhee Developments. In our silver sponsors, we'd like to recognize Gary and Marge Bowman, Bar E Dairy, Pioneer Vet Services, Casbar Kennels, Schrader Herefords, Rob Saunders with ATB, Melora Allen, Luis Schrader, BMO, Torbay Farms, Eagle Ridge Semitals, DS Half Diamond Farm, Richardson Family, Eagle Eye Heavy Duty, that's Nick Fisher, Westway Farms, Trax Pub, Cosmopolitan, Freight Not Western Consignment, Greg Church with Nutrien, and Grow & Co. Our bronze sponsors, Anderson Slip LLP, Barbara Rivers, the Luke Family, Sandy Cattle Company, and the Canadian Horse Journal. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our sponsors in 2022. Just wanted to take an opportunity to also recognize the great work that the Eagle 4-H Show and Sale Committee has done. If you are interested in purchasing a steer at tonight's sale, we invite you to chat with Amanda Sandy or Brad McDermott, two amazing beef leaders, to talk about what purchasing options there may be for you to get involved in the 4-H steer sale. Lots of ways that you can do that, also including the lambs as well. So if you're interested and require a little bit more information or would like to know what some of those options are, please don't hesitate to chat with Amanda Sandy or Brad McDermott. And with that, we'll have some comments on our senior and final showmanship division from Judge Cash McCleary.
Well, let's give these seniors a round of applause. I guess as we get into the older division, we start to ramp up more on what we are looking for and get more particular on little things. I guess the main thing that we wanted to stipulate to you guys is we think it's very important to have a show harness on rather than a clip. I know in the younger divisions we are a little bit more lenient on that, but it's just respect for your ringmen and everyone around the ring. It's more, I guess it's just easier to see and it looks better for us. Also, I would like to just make the comment about giving a valid amount of space in between each other's animals. And when the person ahead of you gets called out, make sure you are moving up in line, for then it's easier for the judge to see what he has left to choose from. And then moving on with that, just staying calm and don't, I know these animals are getting awful tired, but also don't saw them in half. Make sure you are stroking slowly and calmly, and that will make your animal calm down quite a bit more, because they can feel your nerves through all your gestures that you are doing out here in the ring today. So with that, I guess Jill is going to go select the champion and then the reserve.
Congratulations to Brooklyn Van Sickle. She is your champion. Congratulations, entry number 19, Brooklyn Van Sickle, taking home the leather show halter sponsored by Cosmopolitan. Congratulations, Brooklyn. And congratulations to Ashton is reserve. Ashton McDermott is reserve senior. Congratulations, Ashton. You know you're old when Sean McDermott's kids look exactly like mini versions of Sean McDermott. I'm not even sure if Missy was there. Anyway, congratulations to all of our senior showmen. We will now present our senior grooming prize, sponsored by William Rivers and Sons. So the champion grooming senior goes to Brooklyn Van Sickle, and reserve champion goes to Pacey Sparks. Let's put our hands together. Great job, guys. Senior training will go to Brooklyn Van Sickle as first place, and second, Ashton McDermott. So congratulations, Brooklyn and Ashton, on your training. That award is sponsored by Anderson Slip LLP. Well, there you have it, folks. We're going to ask now our top two from junior, intermediate, and senior to return to the ring for overall. We'll ask our ringman and official Judge Brody to exit the ring, and we'll have one more showmanship class. Folks, one more to go. So to our showmanship judges, our reserve junior champion showman met with an untimely incident in the marshalling area. So our championship class will have 5 entries. So coming back representing the juniors was our junior champion, Miles Van Sickle. In the intermediate category, we have our champion, Lewis Latimer, and reserve champion, Paige Van Sickle. And in our senior division, our champion, Brooklyn Van Sickle, and our reserve senior champion, Ashton McDermott. So to our judges, Jill and Cash McCleary of Black Chrome Livestock of Spruce View, this will be your final showmanship class of the day. Our buckle going to our grand champion overall showman is sponsored by Schrader Herefords. And I saw Richard and Sandy here earlier. And perhaps one of them may want to do the buckle presentation. And the banner is sponsored by Rafter W Ranch. Jody Farr, do you have any raffle tickets left? If there's anyone in the crowd looking for raffle tickets, we have a deal for you. Just today only, they're $10 a ticket, or we'll give you a deal, 2 for $20. So if you go over to Jody Farr, waving, beautiful redhead over there, and you're interested in some really cool prizing in the prizing with the raffle tickets, there's some quarters of beef, there's 2W panels, lots of cool stuff. You'll want to grab your raffle tickets. Jody, when are they doing the draw? It doesn't matter when they do the draw, but whenever they do it, you'll have the winning ticket, so make sure you buy one. The package of 10 2W panels, I mean, who doesn't need more panels? Like, even if you live in town, you could use panels. But you could opt out and get cash instead, but I'd take the panels. For those that are entered in class 34, the sheep costume class, or the costume class rather, we are encouraging you to get ready at your earliest convenience. Some of the cleavers are already ready, but for the remainder of the 4-H members that are entering the costume class, we would encourage you to get ready. That class is going to take place within a parameter of 30 minutes. So I'm going to say 20 to 30 minutes. We will be rolling into the sheep costume class. That puts it at 4:20 to 4:30. And judging by all the shenanigans that are going on here behind the show ring, you won't want to miss it. It's really cute. So the costume class will be happening at 4:20 to 4:30. And with that, we are going to have our final comments from Judge Jill McCleary on this final championship drive of showmen for the Eagle 4-H Club.
Wow, what a strong, tremendous group of 5 showmen we have out here today. I think every one of you deserve to be in the ring. Just a tremendous, tremendous job. These animals are definitely well trained. The junior members are constantly looking at the judge and combing their animals. They all moved up. We asked a few members to switch. That kind of helps us determine a few things as well. I don't care if you're a junior or a senior. I mean, when you guys are showing at this level, this is a great place to start. This is a great place to learn. And I think every one of you in the ring can take something away as well. I think that we have 2 showmen that just really rose to the top, and their animals were super trained, super cooperative, and they looked very representable. So with that, Cash will go select the champion and reserve champion showman of the show.
Congratulations to Brooklyn Van Sickle. She's had quite a day. Way to go, Brooklyn. Entry number 19. Your senior champion showman is your overall champion of the Eagle 4-H Club for 2022. Let's see who's reserve. That's going to go to Miles Van Sickle. Congratulations, Miles. Entry 71 is your reserve overall champion showman. Congratulations, you guys, taking home the awards and buckles and banners, sponsored by Schrader Herefords and Rafter W Ranch. And we'll have Miss Rodeo Sundry, Kaylee Shantz, and her awesome helpers. We'll ask you to head on over to the backdrop and get a picture with our official judges, Jill and Cash McCleary, and all your loot. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to see you back here at 4:20 for the costume class. 4:20. A big thank you today to Nick Fisher as our official ringman. He did have Tyson Gardner join him for a portion of today, but thank you to Tyson Gardner and Nick Fisher as our official ringmen. And of course, our ribbon presenters and award presenters, Miss Rodeo Sundry, Kaylee Shantz. Amanda Sandy requests all of the beef members to please meet in the dead center of the cow palace, which would essentially be in between the two middle rows of cattle. So if you are a beef member, junior, intermediate, or senior, please go in the center alley. Amanda Sandy has some important information for you. Okay, families, get your cameras ready. This might be the most fun class of all. We have class number 34, the last class of the day. This is our costume class. So you'll see a bunch of our amazing cleavers and sheep members that are here getting in the spirit of having some fun. Adjudicating this class today is Sydney Sparks. So thank you, Sydney, for adjudicating this class. Jill, I am too far from the announcer stand. Can you cut the music? So ladies and gentlemen, the costume class is one of the most favorite. And back in the, I'm going to say the mid-'80s to the early 2000s, we used to do costume classes at 4-H on Parade, and it was a big deal. Like, you really had to bring out the best because it was super, super cool. And I think that these kids have done an amazing job. So while Sydney is talking to everybody, I'm going to do a quick interview with some of the cleavers and ask them why they chose the costume that they did. So Hiller Gardner, tell me, you've got a really awesome costume. What are you dressed up as today?
I'm dressed up as a cop, and my heifer is a robber.
And your heifer is a robber, and you're after the robber. And you've got it contained pretty good, and you've got a camo show stick to make it all work. Are you super excited having a great achievement day today?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, good job, Hiller. We're going to move on to our second. Oh, my goodness. This is a colorful little gal. Callan, tell me a little bit about what your costume is.
I'm a beekeeper, and my heifer's a bee.
And your heifer is a bee. Tell me why you picked this costume. It's so cute.
I don't know.
Because you love bees? Excellent. Good job, Callan. Next, we're going to go to Colt. Colt, you've got an excellent costume going on here. Can you tell me what you're dressed up as?
I dressed her up with flowers.
And what's your calf's name is K300. And does she look beautiful today in your eyes?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Congratulations, Colt. You've done a great job. Cash, you have a colorful costume here on your bull calf. Tell me what you're dressed up as today.
Mexican.
You're dressed up as a Mexican. And what inspired you to dress up like a Mexican? Do you like Mexico?
Yeah.
That's good enough for me. Awesome. Good job, Cash. Next up, we have Maddie. Maddie, you are dressed beautiful. Tell me about your costume.
I'm dressed up as is a hula girl, and my heifer is a hula calf.
She's a hula calf. Is her name Hula?
No.
Well, that would be silly if it was Hula. You look beautiful. What has been your favorite part of today?
Probably showing my calf.
Awesome. Great job, Maddie. You did an excellent job today. Jaden, you look awesome with your calf. Tell me what you're dressed up as today.
A hula person.
A hula person. And do you think that those flowers are so colorful and today's a perfect day to have those colors?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, you've done a terrific job today. You're very brave. You did awesome. Congratulations, Jaden. Well, this is fun. Tell me what you've got here, Miss Woods.
Well, I'm Cat in the Hat, and she's sang one.
Excellent. Good job, guys. And next up, tell us about your costume. And what's your clown assistant's name that's so loud and noisy?
Sage.
Sage. Well, thank you, Sage. You look wonderful in your clown costume. Well, who do we have here all dressed up?
Chloe Braithwaite.
I know Chloe, but you're dressed up as?
Santa and Mrs. Claus.
Santa and Mrs. Claus. Well, what a terrific costume. What inspired you to dress up as Santa?
Wool. Like wool. We were for a beard.
Ah, nice. Great job, kiddo. You've done an awesome job. And next up, what do we have here as a costume?
So I'm dressed up, I have a shirt and I cut out 3 buttons and I have a missing one. So I dressed my ewe lamb up as a button and her name is Button too, so.
Oh my gosh, that's the sweetest thing. So it's Button the sheep and she's the missing button. Oh, you are so clever. Good for you. You've had a good day today. What's been your favorite thing?
Probably showing my ewe lamb.
Awesome. Good job, honey. You did a great job. Next up, Maya, tell me what we've got here for your costume.
I'm a butcher, and this is my carcass.
That's very mature of you. This is awesome. So if you're wanting to know the cuts of lamb, they need to talk to Maya.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
For sure. Well, you've done an excellent job, Maya. Good job. Alrighty, who do we have here?
We have some clowns and a sheep.
And? What color is your hair? Is it green?
Green and white.
Excellent. You guys look so good. You're a great team. Good job in dressing up in the costume class. That's good. What do we have here?
A fox and a tiger.
A fox and a tiger? Oh my goodness, you guys look so amazing. Did you do all of that color just like that?
No. My mom did.
Well, moms are awesome, aren't they? Well, thank your mom when you're done. Your costume looks amazing, buddy. Good job. Uh-oh. I think we have what do we have here? Well, you've done a really good job, Jedi. Huh? Excellent job in the costume class, bud. And how are you, sir? What are you dressed up as today?
Batman and Robin.
Batman and Robin. And what inspired you to be Batman?
I really like Batman.
I really like Batman too. Good job. You did amazing.
Hi.
Hello. So tell me about your costume.
So we're doing a group, like this is everybody. It started out as we were counting sheep. We were going to be counting our sheep, but then it morphed into our sheep, our yearling ewes counting their lambs.
Oh, very, very clever. You guys are awesome. So if you see you're counting sheep, one as you're going to sleep and that sort of thing, very, very clever, guys. Tell me who all is in your group here. Just shout out the names.
I'm Katie. This is Georgia. This is Joseph, Caden, Georgia, Thea, and Callie.
Perfect. Well, that sounds awesome. Well, I'm going to pass the mic over to Sydney Sparks, who's going to give us some official comments in the costume class today. Thanks for helping us, Sydney.
Okay, first off, can I have a round of applause for all of the kids in their costumes? So I base my opinion on creativity, and everyone looks pretty creative around here. So my first place is gonna go to the bee and the beekeeper over here. Good job, lady. And my second place, I absolutely love this costume. I think it's pretty hilarious, and it's Maya as the butcher in her carcass. Good job, Maya. And my third place goes to a pretty creative group, and I never would have thought of this. So this big group over here, congrats on third place. There you go. Good job, Katie.
Everybody, come on.
There you go. We good?
So thank you so much, Sydney. So your first place costume class goes to Cleaver Beef member Callan Gardner, second place to Maya Rosinki, and third to the whole posse back here, the rest of the sheep breeders. So let's put our hands together one more time for a pretty cool costume class. If we could ask those top three to go to the picture backdrop, I believe your official photographer or some mom with a phone will take those pictures over at the official photo backdrop. Again, thank you to all of the 4-H members for participating in an excellent way to finish off the classes here at the Eagle 4-H Club. Again, if you're interested in being part of the steer and market lamb sale tonight, please make sure that you contact any of the Achievement Day Show and Sale Committee and find out ways that you can contribute and be involved in that outstanding sale that will be hosted tonight. Again, thanks everybody for coming. A big thank you to Westview Co-op for all of their contribution throughout the year. And we'll hope to see you in just a few hours' time at the sale.